Welcome to the Vault Excel. Thank you for your patience. Get those thumbs up, like, share, subscribe. Make sure to drop your comments below this video after it airs. Check my community posts for updates pertaining to this information that I'm relaying to you, and also my extensive content that is growing in the YouTube queue of shorts, also pertaining to this headbanger. Two-topic headbanger. Taylor Casey's mom believes discrimination because of her race, African American, and that she's transgender. Yes, she's finally admitted that her daughter is biologically a male. Some of you are probably shocked. Now the cat is finally out of the bag. Please check out my other videos where I bring you content last week speculating that this female was a bio male. Gypsy Rose is now 11 weeks pregnant. Two-part live, everybody. Thank you for joining me. 9 votes, shorts, subs to 16,000 subscribers. Give me my 9. Give me a 16,000. Thank you. Much love for your support. Welcome to the Vault Excel.
It's been I've been home over a week and a half and haven't heard not one word from them.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing. I would, normally with these cases we cover in the U.S., the detective would, again, at least, even if they don't have an update, be reaching out, trying to provide some comfort. I mean, do you have any idea why, Colette, why they would suddenly just almost be ghosting you?
Well, my idea is really saddens me. When I think about it, I'm like, why wouldn't I hear from them? This is my child. I feel like my child had 2 strikes against her when she went over there to that yoga retreat. And one was that she's Black, and the other is that she's transgender. And that disturbs me.
Did you did you get a feeling that you weren't being taken seriously, or that the case wasn't being respectfully handled while you were there?
Yes, I got that feeling most of the time. When we're in a room with 18 corporals, lieutenants, superintendents, just a lot of people, and just a lot of people to deal with and talk to.
Like a show.
I didn't understand why does it take these many people? I'm here to find out what happened to my child. My child is missing. Get on the case.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that, because when I was there and they had the press conference, the police made a point of saying that you seemed pleased with their investigation.
And I can see how.
I'm going to interject here. You got 18 people in the room, so I will agree. Why you need so many people for me to talk to the head knocker about my child? You all basically have a lot of crime on the island, and that's what's even more baffling, is that the island is not that big. Most of these islands are not big. So I'm going to question that too. Why is everybody here in the room with me? You might want to be out on the island, one, trying to find my child, do some investigation work, footwork, and also police the crime that you have on the islands. Checkmate. And also, everybody's saying she's pleased, she's happy. That's what the retreat said. So now the police department, they're saying the same thing that the yoga retreat's saying. Oh, we helped her out. We were helpful. She seemed pleased. That's what the yoga retreat says in their statement. Don't you find that interesting? Both entities are saying the same thing about Miss Colette. She seemed pleased. Well, you now know she's not pleased. She wants to know where her child is. She wants to hear back from you. The retreat, you were evasive in your commentary from her standpoint. You didn't want her talking to the guests. She and this Miss Williams, who's also in this video with her. And then we have the police department. She's not pleased with you either. And of course, you're going to put words in her mouth and say she's pleased. How can she be pleased and her child is missing? That makes no sense what you're saying. She's pleased with what you told her. You ain't told her nothing. Don't think you've told her it's some mess about a phone, and now we're getting contradictory information about that, which I don't understand. 56 feet to the side, to the left, underneath. What are we saying? So 56 feet out means the water still ain't deep. Is that what you're saying? Lord have mercy. This is a hot butter mess.
I've been saying that because my mother taught me manners to say please and thank you. And yes, I was saying to them, thank you for what you're doing. And please, and saying please. I was very polite. They took it's a mistake if they took my politeness for being pleased.
Right.
I was not pleased at all with
All
the
right.
investigation.
All right.
Yeah, and I can understand why. Emily, the ashram's email to the family, which you read part of it, says the facts gathered by the police and the family indicate Taylor left voluntarily with the intent to return. Is there any reason that you can come up with that she would have, I would have left voluntarily? And I've been there, so I'm envisioning it. I mean, it's not an easy place to just leave. It's an island, so it's hard to imagine how she would even do that. But I mean, what do you make of the ashram, coming up with that conclusion?
In my opinion, that's a really convenient story for them. I mean, let's be real. Taylor spent thousands of dollars to be there. She wanted the skills and the peace and the wellness offered by the teacher training.
Wow.
For them to say that the evidence points to Taylor having left of her own volition, I think they want us to accept that so that they can just turn their hands up and go about business as usual. But everything that we've been told does not point to Taylor having left of her own volition.
What do you make, Colette, of the way the ashram has been responding? Because I've interviewed you several times now. I mean, you haven't specifically said that you think the ashram is responsible for anything in terms of her disappearance, but just that they weren't quick enough to act, there weren't missing posters, but they went as far as to claim defamation based on some of your interviews, which isn't something I've ever really seen happen before during an active missing case like this. And what did you make of the response, Colette?
It's not true. It's not defamation. It's just what they didn't do. I mean, my child had been missing 5 days.
Let's go back to that comment. Hold on.
Interviews, which isn't something I've ever really seen happen before during an active missing case like this. And what did you make of the response, Colette?
Wait a minute. Let me go back a little bit.
I think they want us to accept that so that they can just turn their hands up and go about business as usual. But everything that we've been told does not point to Taylor having left of her own volition.
What do you make, Colette, of the way the ashram has been responding? Because I've interviewed you several times now. I mean, you haven't specifically said that you think the ashram is responsible for anything in terms of her disappearance, but just that they weren't quick enough to act, there weren't missing posters, but they went as far as to claim defamation based on some of your interviews, which isn't something I've ever really seen happen before during an active missing case like this. And
Well, they want some money. Yes, they want some money. Wow.
It's not true. It's not defamation. It's just what they didn't do. I mean, my child had been missing 5 days before they even put up a flyer with Taylor missing on that resort, and they didn't inform the other classmates, students, that Taylor was missing. I don't understand that. When someone goes missing, everywhere else I've seen, it's reported everywhere and instantly. And I think I read in one of the reports that they reported my child missing in the afternoon. No, it was not in the afternoon because they told me to wait till after dinner time. And it wasn't until 8, 9 o'clock that they even went to the Rural Bahamas police force.
Emily, what do you think needs to happen now? I mean, Colette's not getting any updates from the police. The embassy said that they were assisting, I think, initially. I mean, how does this move forward?
Well, number one, I don't know how the embassy could co-sign this investigation. We said from the very beginning that the Royal Bahamas Police Force has said that they were working with the FBI, but we have been told multiple times that they are not working with the FBI. Rather, the legal attaché at the embassy has observer status to the investigation, that the Royal Bahamian Police Force needs to invite the FBI to actually investigation. And that's what needs to happen. And that's why we're calling on the U.S. government to lean on the State Department so that they can encourage the Royal Bahamian Police Force to actually invite the FBI so that there is a real investigation.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to...
What? Some information. Woo, Lord have mercy. So it's like being in the United States. United States authorities say the same. Or FBI says the same here. We have to be invited. We cannot just go in and investigate a crime, disappearance, such as missing persons cases, murder investigations here in the United States. The local authority that is handling the case has to invite the FBI. Let's go over what was said during this audio. So I also have another one to play for you pertaining to the phone. Thank you for joining me. Welcome all guests. Thank you, new subscribers. Put the queen at 16,000 plus. Amen. Oh, Jesus. Colette is not pleased with the investigation. So we have two entities saying that she was pleased. The resort, their statement to Facebook, and also the Royal Bahamian police feel like she was pleased, but she claims, well, saying thank you and being polite does not mean that I'm pleased. I'm just giving you good manners. And I would agree and concur with that. They are claiming she left on her own. So they told them this? Because I have not heard this in any of the commentaries since this woman has come forward that her child is missing. So you mean to tell me, ma'am, the Royal Bahamian police told you that they believe she left on her own? Did they tell you why they thought she left? See, I hate when stuff is left open-ended. I don't like when things are open-ended because that leads for more questions. And as most of you know, the queen is a heavy thinker. I'm a critical thinker. So when a person talks to me, it's not to pry or to be nosy, but don't tell me stuff and leave it open-ended. Explain yourself. So I do the same in listening to commentary. And if I was in the investigation, such as the mother, I'm going to ask you, what do you mean she left on her own? What is it that you found in her tent and commentary from others that leads you to believe that my child left on her own? And then I would wait to hear their response. So did they tell her why they thought Taylor left on her own? The Royal Bahamian police is claiming defamation by Miss Colette. So what? You don't like what she has said? Well, she's saying she's not pleased. She don't feel like you're doing enough. Yes, she also said she feels like you all didn't process the scene. It doesn't look like you went through her clothes, her belongings. That's her opinion. She didn't call you names. She didn't say them dirty F something, 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 something. So you offended? You can't get offended. You can't get offended because her child is missing. Her child went to your country and she went to a resort in your country. So you can't get offended because she's not pleased with the investigation. You're not talking to her. She got to run around at the resort. She also feels the same with the police department. Now we get information that this is a transgendered person. So it heightens more speculation on both parties. The mother also says, they said she went missing in the afternoon, and the mother says, no, she didn't. Well, this is how I feel about that, Miss Colette. How do you know when she went missing? Because you weren't there. And if you don't trust these people, you can't trust the information that they're giving to you. I always tell people to start at the beginning of the story. That is where the truth lies, not in the middle and not the end. The friend, Miss Williams, says she feels like the state is co-signing. How could they co-sign, on this investigation? So what does the state feel about the case? What have they gathered, or have they gathered anything? And once again, the Royal Bahamian police must invite the FBI to help in this investigation pertaining to Taylor Casey. I'm already on the coffee, believe me. 38 in the house. Thank you for your time. This is some bizarre business. Because now that the cat is out of the bag about her being transgender, let's start there and work our way up, down, which is so ever. Miss Colette, in the beginning of this case, you never told the public that your child is transgender. Why not? That should have been the first thing you told the public. When you went to the news, News Nation, Chicago News, whomever. That should have been the first thing off your tongue. My child is a biological male living as a transgender woman. You should have told the Bahamian police that, the state that. So now I'm going to ask you, ma'am, did you tell the Bahamian police you will be looking for a biological male? Because if you didn't, you are also hindering the investigation. Because if this is foul play and your child body surfaces, they will not be contacting you, or they would not have contacted you because you didn't tell them that that's a man. Stay woke. It's not a man. So I hope that the Bahamian police are not finding out via a news broadcast that they're looking for a man instead of a woman. Because you feel like there's biasness in this investigation because she's African American and she's a man living as a transgender woman. So I'm going to ask again, did you tell the police department over there that she's biologically a man? Because if not, as I said, you were doing hindrance to your child by not being truthful. That's common sense. As I said, I only touched on this subject last weekend because I was looking at comments in the YouTube queue of videos, and a few men were saying, you need to be looking for a man. You need to be looking for a man. And I never thought that she was a man. I thought she had strong features. Yes, I did. I thought she had strong features for a female, but I never thought she was a man. So now the cat is out of the bag. Feel free to go back to my earlier content a week ago where I was speculating she was a man, is a man. We have confirmation now she's a man. I also played you audio the other day where Colette slipped up and said he, then caught herself and said she. So now she's coming forward saying it's a man. She left on her own. Did she leave on her own? So now one would say, well, if she left on her own, then she's playing a dirty game of cat and mouse with her own family, friends, community, the resort, and the Royal Bahamian Police, which is not a good idea. Because I don't think you want to be over there playing these type of reindeer games. Because we see how they treat each other. And they don't have respect for the people in their own homeland or the visiting guests. So playing cat and mouse over there would be a dangerous thing. But that's the point. You don't know people. So let's ask that question. Are we talking about a person playing possum? She's hiding out somewhere on the island, or she's left. But then that would make no sense because she'd have to check out of there by plane. There's no other way to get out of there except for plane or by boat. We hear she spent thousands of dollars. She was going there to get a skill, and now she's missing. So I understand what Ms. Williams is saying. She had an agenda. But what you always have to remember about an agenda, what you think may be going on is not going on. And you see this a lot with true crime. People thinking that they know people. So let's ask that question as well. Ms. Collette, Ms. Williams, do you know Taylor as well as you think you know her? Do you know her well enough? Because I don't think people know people like they think they do. And when you deal with human beings, you later find out you had no idea who you had been talking to, sleeping with, dating, related to, because everyone has secrets. Everyone has a thought process. And as I've told you before in my commentary, in the stories I cover, I don't have to tell you everything that's on my mind. And the people in the story don't have to tell you everything. You want them to tell you what you think you should hear, but it doesn't work that way. So are we talking about suicide? She unalived herself out there on the island. She went there deliberately to unalive herself. Far-fetched theory, because why spend all this money to travel abroad, to go missing, kill yourself, what, in the water? That's your only option. And have people worrying about you. Remember, her passport is missing. So if I'm going to kill myself, why do I need to hide my passport? Make it make sense. Where's her other IDs, credit cards, because we didn't hear that any of those things were found in the room, except for Bible and yoga retreat manuals and her clothes, suitcase. But I did not hear of a purse, a passport, ID, social security card, I don't know if she carried all that, but you understand what I'm saying. She had to have a credit card. Come on, credit card and money. Where are they? Her journal. Allegedly, they have her journal. The police. What's in the journal? What's the last entry? Have any pages been torn out? When will they give the journal back? Will they ever reveal what's in the journal? What does the Royal Bahamian Police have right now as far as information into this investigation? Number one, do they know that this is a man? Let's get down to business. Do they know that this is a man? Because if they don't know this is a man, this ain't good. This ain't good at all. Let's go to the cell phone business. More nonsense. Sweet Jesus, help the children. ABC7 is the source. Missing Chicago woman's phone found under 50 feet of water. So we know that when you're in the ocean, depending on how it's made, that you can see the sand, the fish, and all that close up. Like when people do the snorkeling, they're not really deep. They're still close to the shoreline. The sand runs out until it, drops off so many feet down. So 50 feet is what? 56 feet is still sand, but not actually deep water. Because how would you find it if it was deep? Help me understand, because I'm confused. My head's swimming with this case.
Police in the Bahamas giving an update today on missing Chicagoan Taylor Casey. Previously, police had said they found Casey's phone. Now, we've learned officers found the phone in more than 50 feet of water. Both Bahamian and U.S. authorities are struggling to access information from that phone. Casey was last seen June 19th. She was in the Bahamas for a yoga retreat. New at 6, police in the Bahamas giving an update today on missing Chicagoan Taylor Casey. Previously, police had said they found Casey's phone. Now, we've learned officers found the phone in more than 50 feet of water. Both Bahamian and U.S. authorities are struggling to access information from that phone. Casey was last seen June 19th. She was in. New at 6, police in the Bahamas giving an update today on missing Chicagoan Taylor Casey. Previously, police had said they found Casey's phone. Now, we've learned officers found the phone in more than 50 feet of water. Both Bahamian and U.S. authorities are struggling to access information from that phone. Casey was last seen June 19th. She was in the Bahamas for a yoga retreat. Police also saying today that canines picked up on a scent from the yoga tent during their search, but it ultimately did not lead to anything.
What? Well. Let's put that in my notes. Woo! What a mess. What a mess. Sent at the tent, but led nowhere. So you mean to tell me you found her phone in the water? You believe she left on her own, so the scent from the dogs didn't lead to the water? Then how did the phone get in the water? Stay woke, everybody. Stay woke, everybody. The dog picked up a scent at the tent, but the dog didn't take the scent nowhere up the shore, up to the water, around the corner, in a vent. Come on, let's work it out. Let's work this out. I need all of the heavy thinkers in the room and viewers watching this content. Work it out. Make it make sense. That doesn't make sense what you're saying. Because she has to be able to walk out of there or be carried out. Take your pick. And then you got to ask that. She's almost 6 feet tall, so how are you going to carry her out without being seen? And it's not to be graphic, but you can use discretion in taking a body out and carrying it out in some type of form of fashion. Come on now. Stay woke. How could the dog not have a scent leaving the tent. So you don't pick up on her scent nowhere, walking around, going out of a doorway, an entryway, but yet her phone is in the ocean 50 feet. So seems like to me, if we want to believe she unalived herself, she would have had to walk out of the tent and go to the ocean with the phone, drop the phone, and then walk into the ocean to perish. So make it make sense. Royal Bahamian Police. Queen woke. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm very woke. How is it you don't have a scent coming out of the tent? As far as her being gone in the afternoon, Miss Colette, there's no way in your right mind you can believe anything these people have told you. You already said that they were evasive. The Hannah lady that called you to tell you she was missing and didn't show up to the morning class on the 20th, well, she didn't even want to talk to you when you got there. So that should tell you something. You can't trust these people at the retreat. You can't even trust the guests. I don't trust anybody, period. It don't matter who they are. And you're in the middle of nowhere? Hell no, I ain't trusting nobody. Because if I can't get an answer out of you, you're talking in circles, you're stuttering, I no longer want to engage with you because I've been and done something real ugly to you. And the one thing you don't want to do is catch a charge over there. Because they're going to try to milk you dry to get you out of jail. So we got defamation. They're upset about what Colette is saying. Well, you're not Colette. This is not your child. Maybe you don't care about your child. But if your child was to go somewhere, you would feel the same damn way. This is why you have to be careful traveling abroad. You know, I've had all type of commentary about people who travel. Everybody got their little slick ass comments about what happened to them over here. We're not talking about you. We're not talking about you. I hate when people do that. Who gives a damn that you had a good experience over in Mexico, Turks and Caicos? So what? We're not talking about you. You just be thankful you made it back. How about that? Because I can tell you the truth, these white people going abroad, they want your money. They want your head on a platter and they want your money. If they're not trying to kill you, they want your money. You see what happened to the other white lady who couldn't get off the damn island? They were ransoming her for $4,000, the damn police. All over a piece of pottery she had in her carry-on bag. Her family then boarded. They're holding her hostage in the airport, wrangling with her about a piece of $40 pottery. And then they end up taking $126 off her person as an even exchange for wrangling with her. And I would have told them, so that's all I worth. You went from $4,000 to $126. You people don't understand. They don't want you over there, really. They know they can't live without your money. Whether you are white, black, white American, white European, whatever. But what you need to understand, they don't value you. You are nobody to these people. And that's not saying all foreigners behave and think this way. But the majority are poor. They don't have anything. So tourism is all they have. But it does not mean they respect you visiting there. It's like anywhere. Good people, bad people. But those people are poor. It costs more for them to buy things, purchase things. You should know that. You should know it costs a lot to buy a bottle of aspirin, a hairbrush, basic necessities. How are those people going to afford those things and they're poor? Those things have to be shipped into them. Just like what we buy. It's shipped to us. Most of the things we buy right now comes from China. You got to pay the cost to breathe. Nothing's free. So you're going to some far off place thinking you're in paradise. There's no such thing. It's an illusion. Everything's an illusion. Nothing is as it seems. And that's how people get caught up. You get caught up like that right here in America. Get fancified by a commercial and a Temu app. Have you looked in the YouTube queue lately of people ordering things off of Temu? Not to get off subject, but I'm trying to take you somewhere. So follow my lead. Nothing is as it seems. You order a fucking dress, you get it home, it looks nothing like the dress on the advertisement. It ain't made the same, the design is different, it's too little. Of course. That's why you ain't paid but $3 for the damn dress. $6 for an ugly ass dress that don't look nothing like the dress you thought you were gonna get. That's my point. Nothing is as it seems. So this woman has gone over here to a retreat, spent a lot of money to sleep in a damn tent, to now go missing. And the mother felt the people were rude, evasive. She's not getting a call back from the Bahamian police. They're not talking to her. And now they're sending us some damn updates about a damn cell phone. So first it was 56 feet out, 50 feet down. I don't know what I'm listening to. 56, 50 feet. That's still similar. But when you say down, I'm trying to understand, what are we talking about? Are you mean it's still like in the sand? Because you know, when you over there in those islands, you can walk a little ways out, but you still ain't in deep water. Kind of like you're waiting. So is that where the phone was found? Where you basically are still on sand, but you're not actually floating in water. If you all understand what I'm saying. You know, not deep enough to swim. That's what I'm trying to say. So 56 from what? The shoreline, or 50 feet from the shoreline. No scent. Passport missing. Police think she left on her own. Mother finally admitting she's a man. She's not getting no calls from them. FBI needs to be invited. Allegations of a guy walking around near the tent. Then another guy walking on the beach with a walkie-talkie talking to another patron. It's too much going on with this case. It's too much he said, she said. It's almost like a really low-rent Agatha Christie book, novel. You got all these little chess pieces, but they ain't meeting up to nothing. Where is this woman? Please, somebody help me understand. Taylor, are you out here somewhere hiding? Are you mad at the world, upset, confused about your gender, angry, bitter? What's going on? Or are we talking about a dead woman that's floating under the earth in the water? She killed herself, or somebody took her out there and drowned her. I don't know what the hell's going on. But this is some baffling information. So, Royal Police, are you going to invite the FBI? Please do. Please let the FBI come on in. Surveillance cameras. I've heard nothing about surveillance. So while you all are going round and round about a dog and a scent and a damn phone, where is the security camera to show her coming and going to her tent, to these rooms to exercise? Where is the security? Because security is what's going to tell the story. Ding, ding, ding. And that's the one thing you're not hearing. So Royal Police, have you looked at the security footage of this woman arriving to the ashram, walking about, walking on the beach? Where else did she go out on her journey? Did she go to the mainland to get food, dinner, buy any gifts? Did they find anything of value in her tent? Did it look like she went shopping, bought something? Haven't heard that either. Did you go to the mainland to go out to dance, drinks, meet up with some people, group outing? Did she talk to somebody online that was already in the Bahamas? Did she meet somebody there and met with them? Did somebody fly down from Chicago or somewhere else? We also heard that a man from Chicago was there with a Celtics hat on. I don't know what to believe. Where is that man? Sir, where are you? Because if this person is real, these two different men, you've heard the story. She's missing. Have you gone to the police to talk to them to tell them, oh, I'm that guy with the walkie-talkie. Hey, I'm that guy with the Celtics hat that was wanting to exercise or whatever. I don't know who's who. Two separate men, same man. Black man, white man, you don't even hear a race. Don't you find that strange? Two people from the ashram spinning this story, but they don't even tell you if they're Bahamian, black, Puerto Rican, nothing. Because it probably didn't happen. Bring me a receipt. I want a receipt. I want a receipt. Because I'm not getting ready to listen to anything the ashram has to say. And this is no disrespect to the owner, manager, but you have a creepy crawly working there. Hannah, yeah, I'm talking about you. You the one got this ball started. You the one that called Colette. And it is suspicious you call this woman, and she's thousands and thousands of miles away, and then she gets there and you don't even speak to her to say, hi, I'm the lady that called you. I'm so sorry. This is the last time I saw her. And don't nobody find that strange? Then you all didn't want them talking to nobody. You didn't want them disturbing the guests. Then you didn't let the guests know until 7 days later that the woman was missing. Then it took you 5 days to post to Facebook that she was missing. Come on now. Let's keep it real. So you all don't care about anybody. And that's what I be trying to tell people. You got to pay attention to what's going on in the world. If the people don't care about Taylor, then they don't care about you. So it don't matter if you white, Bahamian, European, your ass get missing, they going to treat you, your family the same damn way. Checkmate. Say it again, Queen. You go missing from over there. You go spend all your damn money to go lay on a damn $2 ass mat. They gonna treat your family the same way. You are not special. Because you can't have one without the other. The woman just told you she spent thousands of dollars. This is how you treat somebody who has dumped money into your retreat? Telling other people don't talk to the mother? Oh, we don't want you disturbing the guests. We don't want you disturbing the tourists. Everybody talking the same because they don't want the attention. The Bahamas don't want the attention. The retreat don't want the attention. Don't you get it? It's a money racket. Everybody is feeding off of everybody. Royal Police need money to run the police department. The retreat need money to run the retreat. So they're evenly yoked. They need the tourists. So they all gonna ride the same donkey ride until somebody's head gets put on the platter. Then that's when everybody gonna back off and look out for themselves. Where is Taylor? Did she walk off? Did she meet up with somebody? Did she plan this? Did she plan to come down to these islands to disappear? Walk away from her life? Did she meet with foul play from the retreat, from the island? What in the hell is going on? Because I am utterly confused at this information. When you look at pictures of Taylor, she carries a purse. You will see straps in her pictures. So where's her purse? Where is her purse? She also had a suitcase. For the smart ass that was in the chat the other day talking about what she carried, a backpack. Nobody carries a backpack to go away for damn near a month. She's not homeless. You have to have change of clothes. You got to be able to wash your clothes. You got to have change of underwear. She had a suitcase. There's pictures of the suitcase in the floor. God knows I love a know-it-all. Oh, she took a backpack. She took a backpack. Well, she didn't. I read you information from the website. 1 month classes. Do you think somebody would go there with just a fucking backpack for a month? When did you go somewhere for a month and took a backpack? Please help the queen understand. Yeah, I'm on one because I hate ignorant people. You don't know her. You don't know her mindset. You don't know nothing about the story. You're just as blind as the rest of us. So don't say what a person did or didn't do. You can only think for yourself what you wouldn't do, what you would do. But you don't know her, so you can't say what she did and didn't do. Can't say she carried this, she didn't carry this. Excuse me. Foolish people talk. Left on her own volition. Some deep words. And what's going to be a shame is if they find a body and it's her body, you're going to have to take those words back, Royal Bahamian Police, by saying she walked off. Her body shows up and it shows some type of assault. You're going to have to retract your statements that she did not unalive herself. This is bad, 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 bad. Did Taylor Casey kill herself? Did she meet with foul play on the island by a patron at the ashram? Staff member? Somebody walking on the beach? Or in the mainland, on the mainland? That's my commentary pertaining to Taylor Casey. Next subject, Gypsy Rose. Woo! Please check out the shorts. Queen has uploaded quite a few shorts for your entertainment. Gypsy Rose, you have lost your damn mind. How the hell you gonna go get a baby and you're still married to Ryan Anderson? Let's chop it up, everybody. Situation number 2. Gypsy Rose. Gypsy Rose has her own YouTube channel, 56,000 views, and it's only been uploaded 2 hours. Well, well, well. Us Weekly is the source, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Make this live count. July 9th, I'm happy to announce that I'm 11 weeks pregnant. Ken and I are expecting our very first child, January 2025. We're both very excited. This was not planned at all. It was completely unexpected. She also shared the first signs were of the pregnancy. What her first signs were. I already experienced symptoms. When I first learned that I was pregnant, the first thing I noticed was the cravings. So I craved orange juice. Orange juice was not something I craved on a daily basis before. She went on to say that she noticed insatiable hunger to just eat everything. She said she thought she missed her period was due to ovulation issues when her pregnancy test came back positive. Everything just made sense. Despite her mood swings, she and Ken are both excited to take on this new journey of parenthood. As most of you know, she served 7 years in prison for the unaliving second-degree murder of her mother. Let's hear from the horse's mouth directly. Thank you for joining me, everybody. Gypsy Rose Blanchard. She has her own YouTube channel. Everybody comes to YouTube, do they not? It's the greatest hustle known to man, YouTube. What I want to say to you, Gypsy Rose, you probably won't be getting no alimony payments now because you now have a YouTube channel which can generate money You also got paid from that documentary. You were not married to Ryan Anderson long enough to ask for alimony. And the best part of the story is that you're pregnant. So that's an advantage for Ryan Anderson. Because what the judge is going to say to himself or herself, how do I know this wasn't a planned event to get out, milk this man, use this man as a come up, as a place to stay so you didn't have to live with your You're announcing it on your YouTube channel that you're pregnant and you're with this man. You got pictures with this man. So where does she live? Woo! Queen got 1,000 questions. Go to YouTube to check out the shorts because we're going to chop them all up during this live stream. Welcome to the Vox Cell, everybody. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everybody. So I know the rumors have been flying around for quite some time now, and I'm happy to announce that I am 11 weeks pregnant. Ken and I are expecting our very first child come January of 2025. We're both very excited. This was not planned at all. It was completely unexpected, but we're both very excited to take on this new journey of parenthood. I have already experienced the symptoms when I first learned that I was pregnant. The first thing that I noticed was the cravings. So I craved orange juice. Orange juice was not something that I craved on a daily basis before. So when I started craving orange juice, I'm like, okay, well, I guess I just want orange juice. I didn't think anything of it. And so
rooms to go July 4th.
Oh, sorry about that. Didn't know it was going to be a commercial. Well, there you have it.
And so that was one thing. And then the next thing that I noticed was the hunger, an insatiable hunger to just eat everything. So I really went on a binge and just started eating everything. And then, of course, I missed my period. And I didn't think anything of it because I had seen my OBGYN and I had tested my fertility. And she's like, we're probably going to have to put you on fertility meds or at least something to make you ovulate because you're not ovulating on a regular. So I'm like, okay. So I had that appointment was a month out. And so when I missed my period, I thought I was just having issues with ovulation. And it wasn't until I had texted with Ken, and he's like, have you taken a period test? And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm pregnant. I don't think it's that. And then I had taken a test, and it turned out positive. And so everything just made sense. But my pregnancy journey so far. So I had experienced crazy mood swings. Poor Ken. If he breathes wrong, I am just
Well, I think this is interesting. You're making jokes about your mood swing. You obviously didn't use protection. You're still married to Ryan Anderson. I won't keep saying that. You didn't expect to get a divorce. That's your commentary in another article. Who gets married to think they're going to get a divorce? Well, I mean, what are you talking about? And yeah, you're getting a lot of harsh comments because a lot of people didn't like your attitude when you started talking about Nick, the other guy who's serving time. You seem kind of mean when in the end, you're the reason your mother's dead. And nobody's saying that what she did was right. Of course not. She's a cruel lady. But what they're saying is you could have opted out a better way than getting somebody to kill your mother. And then you get out of prison and you seem to be devoid of emotion towards that person who helped you kill your mother. Because you all weren't even free long enough to enjoy the freedom of unaliving Dee Dee. So that's when people started coming at you with daggers. Then back in March, you announced you were leaving your husband, the end of March. Or somewhere in there. So how are you pregnant 2 months later from March? Get knocked up in what? The month of May? Make it make sense. And now you're sitting here skinning and grinning about mood swings and everything he did bother you. Well, that's really what was going on with Ryan, was it not? Little things about him you didn't like. And you weren't pregnant then. Allegedly. You didn't like him telling you stuff, making commentary. I don't really know what he said. You told somebody he was controlling. He felt like other people were meddling in their business and you all's business. And now you're pregnant and you're sitting there laughing it up like, oh yeah, every little thing he did and blah, blah, blah. Well, see, you're about to get a rude awakening about getting annoyed. Because now you're getting ready to hold a whole human in your stomach, and a lot comes with being pregnant. So if you think you're emotional now and agitated and cravings, wait until a little later. When your feet swelling, you can't move around, you got to get bigger clothes, your face is getting fatter, your arms are getting fatter, you're getting fatter, you'll see things a whole lot different. And then you got to carry the baby, give birth to the baby, and that's a whole new set of can of worms. Because you don't know how you're going to mentally react. And that's going to be your true test, is when the baby gets here. Are you mentally equipped to rear a child? I find it strange that it was just a month ago, you're bickering with your husband on these TV cameras about a damn dog. You basically got mad, went outside, sat in the cold on the balcony because you felt like you could take care of dogs. So you got mad that you felt like your husband was basically saying you couldn't take care of a dog. So that's why I think this is interesting that you leave him months later, get knocked up with this guy who you used to date, in prison, mind you, which don't count. He left you because he thought you were messing with other men. And yet you get married, you talking to him as soon as you get out, and you with Ryan. And now months later, you knocked up by the same man. Okay.
Pregnancy is not easy, the mood swings. And he's been very gracious about it. He's been very forgiving about it, but good Lord. We were driving in the car the other day, and this is before I got my hair done, so I did still have brown hair at this time. But I was listening to music, and a song came on the radio, and I just started crying. And I'm like, why am I crying right now? Like, oh my God, this song has never made me so emotional. And it was Let It Go or Let Her Go or something by Passenger. Good Lord. I was just in tears. I'm like, I cannot listen to this stuff. I can't do it. A lot of the other symptoms that I've been having is mild symptoms, everything that goes with pregnancy. Now, morning sickness, I've been actually very blessed to not have major morning sickness. That's been amazing. So far, pregnancy has been a breeze as far as symptoms. I find like the tiredness is starting to wear off a little bit. That was like the biggest symptom that I had saw with me, is that I'm always tired and sleepy. So that's been one thing that I've been dealing with. The rest is completely manageable. Like I said, Ken has been very forgiving to my symptoms. But the rest has been a breeze. And the baby looks healthy, happy. You know, it's still going to be a long journey ahead, but I'm up for it. I know that there are going to be people that feel like I'm not ready to be a mother. And
well, somebody heard you in the chat.
I don't know if anyone's really ready to become a mother. I don't know anybody that said, okay, and the baby looks healthy, happy. You know, it's still going to be a long journey ahead.
How does a baby look happy, Gypsy Rose? Help Angela understand. What crystal ball did you look in that said your baby's happy in your stomach? Anybody got any ideas in the chat? Anybody got any ideas in the chat? How does a baby look happy? How does a baby look happy? Please, somebody please help me. I'm drowning up here. Anybody want to come upstairs and play with the queen? You all can't let this live go by and sit in that chat and keep chatting. Come on now.
But I'm up for it. I know that there are going to be people that feel like I'm not ready to be a mother. And I don't know if anyone's really ready to become a mother.
That is so true, Gypsy Rose, because what you think you're ready for, you're not. Just like wanting a boyfriend. You get the boyfriend, you're not happy. You want a husband, you're not happy. You want a dog, you're not happy. A couple of months ago, you wanted a dog. That's probably one of the reasons you fell out with Ryan, besides some other stuff. Let's go back. Let's go back to the book of life. You're on camera stomping mad because he's trying to tell you about having a dog. You have to be responsible. And what did you tell him? I've had a dog before. Don't talk to me like that. Well, a baby and a dog, they're similar. But guess what? Ting, 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 ting. Still a different ball game. One's got 4 legs, one has 2. But at some point, a dog can go outside and relieve himself through a doggy door, or you open the door. Won't be the same for a baby. Checkmate. So you're absolutely correct. Who's ready for motherhood? Because you can plan it all out in your head. Put it on paper. I'm going to do this, 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 and this. But your body tells you otherwise. Your mind tells you otherwise. That's the thing about motherhood. You don't know if you're cut out for it until you do it. And like I've told many people, there's nothing wrong with realizing motherhood isn't for you. Before, after, and during. Because what can you do? But what you want to do is do right by the child. And I'm not getting ready to go down the rabbit hole about what type of mother she would be. All I'm saying is right now, having a child was not a good idea for the obvious reason. She is, one, still legally married to another man. He has not divorced her. We're also going to chop that up. What does Ryan have to say? Please check out the Queen's shorts on this topic.
I don't know anybody that said, okay, I'm ready, I'm doing this. You know, I think in my experience, everybody that I've ever talked to, they're like, it just happened. And so I feel a shift in myself. When I found out that I was pregnant.
Meredith. Sorry about that. It's got the commercials. Well, we know she's monetized. She got these commercials in here.
None of anything else mattered.
Nothing else mattered.
The drama on social media.
But yet you're on social media.
The feud between creator and me and all of that drama just all faded. It didn't matter anymore.
Oh, the creator drama. Well, please don't talk about true crime. They'll eat you alive over on this side of the street where the Queen is. See, that's the interesting thing about people. They complain. You didn't have to come to social media when you first got out of prison. Let's keep it real. You chose to talk on IG. So you go from IG, complaining, moaning, Ryan telling you, ignore it, stop reading the post, you quipping back with people on Facebook. That means you like it. You're engaging with the drama. And then now, months later, you're still married, you're now pregnant, and you got a whole fucking YouTube channel. You think they're not going to come over there to your channel and say shit underneath the video? Hell yeah, they going to. And Queen going to read them comments too. You are oblivious to what's going on in the world for you to be as old as you are. But this is expected because you've lived most of your life in bondage, savagery. So you really don't know what the world's about. Watching the world from prison, that's not reality. Yes, you probably saw a lot of craziness, fraud, thievery, sex, lies, manipulation. But it's not the same until you walk free. That's your test in life, is freedom.
all that matters is making sure that I'm healthy, the baby's healthy, my relationship with Ken is healthy, and we are moving forward in a positive way. It's an amazing feeling when your whole world shifts. And suddenly it's not about you. It's not about anything other than the tiny little life that's inside you that you are now in charge of protecting. And that little tiny life is a baby, a little tiny human that's yours, and that you have to make sure that you protect, you love, you take care of, and all of the things that I wished I could have had when I was little.
Interesting. Now she's crying.
And I'm getting emotional. I'm sorry. All the things that I wanted in a mother, I want to give to this baby. You know, knowing that
Oh, Bonnie.
I am a mother now. And I'm happy. And I just want to be a good mother for my child. I want to be everything my mother wasn't.
Well, interesting.
Ken and I had a wonderful talk about the future for him and I. And we both agree that we both grew up in broken homes. I grew up without a father pretty much. And he grew up in a family where, you know, his parents got divorced. And I think we both agree that neither one of us wants our child to be in that kind of a situation.
Oh, Lord.
With that being said,
I give up.
it doesn't matter what we go through, him and I. Whatever we face, we'll face it together. Because we have a baby now. We have something that's bigger than either one of us. So whatever comes our way, whatever arguments we have, whatever drama gets thrown at us on social media, we're going to stick together. We're not breaking because we are a family now. And as unconventional as this relationship and this child may have came from, I couldn't be happier. And this is a blessing. I found my freedom in a way that I never expected. And I'm okay with that. Everything that has ever happened to me in my life suddenly doesn't matter.
Well,
because it all led me to be who I am today. And it all led me to this moment right here, right now. And that's a blessing. To say that I made it. That's a success story.
Lost him care?
What can we
sorry about that. Lot to digest. Gypsy Rose, she has her own channel. Feel free to go check out her content. We have a lot to dissect. The link is in the chat. 61 viewing. Make this live count. Keep the continuity going. The link is in the chat if you want to give your opinion pertaining to Taylor Casey and Gypsy Rose. Make the live count. Let's read some of the comments. 2.3 thousand comments. She has 72,000 views since uploading this content 3 hours ago. It's a lot of views. Somebody says this all moving entirely too fast. 24 replies. Yep. She's a grown woman, bro. In her life, she can do what she wants. She missed out on so much already. I agree, it's moving way too fast. But like I said in an Instagram post I made a while back, it's not our business at the end of the day. It's not our business. She deserves to be happy. She deserves to experience being a mother, being a wife. And if that's what's going to happen, what she does not deserve is negative comments. I'm sure if the situation were reversed, you guys would not want to be looking at negative comments. And you know damn well you would all have something nasty to say back. So y'all need to stop and be happy for her. Somebody else says, you're going to be fine, sweetheart. A lot of us question ourselves about becoming a mother for the first time. Everything will all work out. Somebody else says, she is not moving too fast. Her mom stole years of her life. Live it up, girl. Rooting for you. Somebody else, she's 32. She doesn't have much time. It's best to have a baby now at her age. Once again, it's best for her to have a baby now than later. This is probably the best comment. If Ken left before, he will leave again. A baby has never made a man stay. And he left you at the lowest point of your life, serving time in prison. KD 8371, wherever you are, you told the truth right there. Exactly. That's the point I made in my short earlier. He left you at a point when you hadn't lived, hadn't seen nothing but what Dee Dee done to you and what was done in the prison. That's not living out here free. She's already experienced freedom, and it was bad. It was bad. But he got mad because he knew she was talking to other men. So what you got to ask yourself there, pay attention, because somebody in the chat is asleep. Somebody watching this video is asleep. How would he know she was talking? How would he have known she was talking to other men? How would Ken have known she was talking to other men? Please explain that to Queen. Because let me tell you something about people. She has learned from the best to become a manipulator. Okay? So you think about what I just said. He's not in prison. He's not locked up. So what will make a person come visit you or write you or call you or you call them and out of the blue they say, hey, I don't want to be with you anymore. You're cheating on me. I'll let that sit right there. Exactly. She told him. That is the dirtiest game that people play with one another. Making people jealous, spiting people. So Gypsy Rose, did you tell Ken that you were talking to other men? Other men were writing you. If you told him that, why would you do that if you knew he liked you and he's writing you, sending you money? See, that's a childish game. And many grown-ups play those childish games, such as yourself. Oh, I'll make him jealous. Because what I'd like to know is what was the purpose of telling him? If other men were writing you at the time, you didn't have to tell him. So he's probably looking at it at that time. Well, I don't know her. She is in prison for murdering a mother. What the hell's wrong with me? I got to be the stupidest person breathing. Other men are writing her. I don't know what she's saying to them. They're probably sending her money. She's probably spinning webs, lies. He probably got a wake-up call. But what I don't understand, if indeed this happened, because I don't know him. Sir, when you got wind that she was free, why would you engage with Gypsy Rose? This makes no sense to me. You've been living free for years, and then she gets out of prison, and all of a sudden you want to talk to her. Why? I do believe somebody on her team interjected this meetup between the two, because that's kind of, I think, what Ron has been iterating. And I can see why Ron feels betrayed. You were rooting for me at one time. Bingo card. Come on with it, Queen. Shut your mouth. I've been on top of this dirt 53 years. And the one thing I know is the human spirit. The same person that put you on a pedestal will attempt to knock you off. So I'm going to say this to the friend family. Whoever got in their business, you were wrong. You had no right to get in their business. They're grown. And you weren't helping Gypsy Rose. Because I think she had a temper tantrum, didn't like whatever Ryan said, and she took off and ran to mommy and daddy. And next thing we know, we saw pictures of her and Ken. So what you have to ask yourself, why are we seeing pictures of her and Ken not even 1 month after leaving Ryan? Because Ken was in the picture soon as she got out of prison. That's the point. So this has been a dirty game from day one. My understanding, he contacted her 2 weeks after she got out, or she contacted him, however. I remember saying something about 2 weeks. This is bad. Manda, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Georgia. A little small town in Georgia. Yes, ma'am.
Georgia, did you hear my first case about Miss Taylor?
I did.
I want you to weigh on that one first, and then we can chop it up about Gypsy Rose. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So, in the chat, you would recognize me as Deep Mind Unraveled. I have communicated some of my thoughts about the Taylor case, and as far as where it stands now, I just feel like her mom, his mom, Coletta, I feel like
Miss Collette.
Miss Collette. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I feel like at this point, she's made it very difficult to believe her, or to want to not say believe her, but she's made it very difficult to want to support her. Okay. Seeing how she began this whole thing based on omitting the truth, and she built this. That old saying that people would say, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we try to deceive." Oh, yes, and this is that web. Like, this is that web of deception now, because it's like, okay, you did not want to reveal who your child was in the beginning, because I already know why, because she felt that if people knew, then they would not support her or help her in the way in which she needed that help and support. However, when the truth finally is revealed, then it makes people not want to support her because, she's a proven liar. Okay. And when you admit the truth, then you're lying. And it's just so nasty now.
Slow down for 1 second. Now, think about what you're saying.
Okay.
So, should this girl, though, get judged for what the mother has omitted?
Okay. So right now, Taylor is not available for us to hold her separately, right? We can't.
But are we supposed to be holding her separately? We don't know her. We don't know anything about her.
Yeah, no, we don't know her. But at this point, her mom is a representative. Okay. And look at what her representative is doing.
Well, so far she's had 2 representatives, her and Miss Williams.
Well, the first representative was her mother.
Well, yeah.
And her mother came up there lying. Okay. And not telling the truth. And then on top of that, here she is in a foreign country, and she is at the mercy of a foreign government, and she's bad talking the government. Listen, I know you feel separately about it, but if it was
you feel like she's defamed the government, do you?
Well, she's she's not speaking positively. You see what I'm saying? Okay, listen.
But should she? Okay. Should she? Just ask it. I'm gonna give it back to you. Whatever you give me, I'm gonna give it back to you. Just because everybody's got their opinion. You're not in her shoes, right? Always remember that. You're not in her shoes. If this was your child, you probably wouldn't give two fucks about what you have to say. Come on now, let's keep it real.
All right. So here's my thing. If this was my situation and I was somewhere foreign and I have to deal with a different type of government when it comes down to finding my child, let me tell you something. I'm going to eat coal all day.
Okay.
And I'm not going to go on live TV and say that this government who I'm dependent on is not doing their job. Because how does that help me and my child? Because now once it comes out that I'm not with it, I don't like it, I don't like what they're doing, how then do you expect for this government to now communicate with me?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Because
these are people. At the end of the day, the people inside the government, the system only holds people. These are people and they have feelings, right? And this government, I'm sure, it's like, man, these people are watching. I'm sure they're watching. Their people are watching, and they're looking at Miss Collette speak the way in which she speaks about the government, and it's like, well, shucks, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you have to be able to bite your tongue.
But they know. But they know in the end, whether they don't like what she said, because I don't really feel like she said anything that's like, nasty. Just that I'm not pleased at what I'm getting. Because you got to remember, she's getting the same runaround that she got from the ashram. So you got to think about this. It's easy to judge because that's what we do as humans. But we're not there on the ground. We weren't the ones listening to everybody talk in circles. Because let's be truthful. What the hell happened with that Hannah chick? That's some foul shit. You can separate, but it's still foul. So imagine that you're on the ground, don't know what the hell's going on, looking at your child's room, tent, nobody's talking to you, everybody's trying to hush you up, shut you up. You would be pissed off. Because see, it is easy to judge it right now because you're not in her shoes. I'm just saying, you're not in her shoes. So you right there looking at your child's tent, knowing your child slept there, knowing your child boarded a flight, knowing your child crawled down a stinking beach to get there. And now you got the same person that called you to tell you she's missing won't even speak to you. I want you to think about that.
Why you call that beach stinking, Queen?
Yeah, because I'm Queen. Because I'm Queen.
Man.
That's what I said, stinking beach. I mean, Brian Eaton told you it didn't have a road to get there. So hell yeah, it's a stinking beach. You'd carried your luggage down the stinking beach to go missing. Come on now.
So you know what? I wanted to address that too, because I know that when it comes down to these islands, a lot of the islands, different parts of these islands are purchased by foreigners, by white Americans outside of the Bahamas. The area where the ashram was is an area that was bought and paid for and owned outside of the Bahamian government.
It's a private part of our island.
Yeah. So things that go on there are outside of what would normally go on in the community. It is a very private area that no inhabitants there have any access to.
Well, we know that's not true. If we're going to believe what they said, two different people showed up. So how is that not true? Brian Eaton showed up, so that's not true.
When Brian showed up,
what I'm saying is, you have to be careful what you say now. They made it there to film, so you can't say it's that private to where nobody just showed up because somebody.
When I say it's private, it's private restricting the inhabitants. Now you have people that's coming from overseas, news camera people, yes, they are going to have access to it, but the inhabitants of the island cannot just walk up and go there.
Okay, but listen to what you're saying. I'm gonna make you eat them words, homegirl.
Okay, let's go.
They just said two people walked up near her tent. One walked up to the tent. One walked up to some other woman and started talking to her.
Well, then you have to ask yourself, who are these people?
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to get to. Let me finish that. How do you have two separate people walking up? How did Brian Enton get on the land, ma'am? He just told you, he showed you. He was on foot, on sand. In the background, you could see a resort, okay? All you have to do is walk, baby, down the damn sand.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make to you. Ain't no flying a private helicopter and all of that. All you're doing is walking from the sand, baby. From mainland on the sand. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. So anybody can walk down the beach, so it ain't that private. It couldn't be.
Well, for you to get there to where they're at in sight, that's private.
Let me finish. The Royal Bahamian, if you're going to sit here and say it's all private and it ain't got nothing to do with the mainland, then why the fuck is the Royal Bahamian even investigated?
Well, because although it's private to the inhabitants, it's not private to the government. Nothing is off limit to the government, especially if it's.
Yeah, but the way you making it sound, that's what you contradicting yourself. You said it's not the government. The government can do what they want. You said the government can do what they want, but I just sat here and told you all you got to do is walk down the sand and you're on the property. So that's not really private.
Yeah. So when I said that, it wasn't to say that the Bahamian government wouldn't have any access to where they were. I was just saying that outsiders, the inhabitants of the island, wouldn't have any access or wouldn't have any business over in that area. And whoever those two people were that they saw, we have to ask ourselves, well, who were these people? Were these also tourists? Were these also guests?
Okay, so I'm just telling you, because I don't know if you are paying attention to anything that I've said in this live stream. A woman said that a man walked up to her and asked her about taking a yoga class. And she got up and went her own direction, and he was on the property and went his separate way. So that means if she is telling the truth, that would be a private citizen from somewhere that made his way down that beach and onto the ashram, okay? Now, incident number 2. Another person has been seen near her tent. So then if we're talking about 2 different people, then that's 2 separate incidents of 2 people who obviously were not of the ashram patronage. It's 1. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. And,
you know what?
And when you look at the view from where Brian Enton filmed, because he hadn't even made it to the ashram, he's showing you that you couldn't get there by car. But you can walk, sweetheart, from where the resort will be on dry land and walk down the beach and walk on to the ashram. So when you say nobody has a right to be there, I don't know if that's true or not. Because how are we having allegedly strange people walking around? And you can't just say, well, they're news people, they get a pass. Well, that's even more reason why I don't want you here, because it's allegedly private and you're news people, and we don't want the secret out that our patron is missing.
Okay. Which leads me to believe or to wonder if Taylor had invited anyone over there to her tent previously. Has she ever met someone and brought them out there to where she stayed at?
Well,
to why they would be there at her?
Yeah, but that don't have anything to do with the other person standing there talking to the other lady. See, because you don't have no proof of nothing. We don't have proof. You just got people talking. It don't necessarily have to be she invited anybody. If you would listen to what I'm saying, If the people, sweetheart, can walk down the beach, I don't got to invite you. If they have access to walk on the ashram property and walk around, you don't need no permission. What is it that
So
you don't
would it be
understand?
a coincidence?
I just don't understand why you don't understand that.
No. I understand very well what it is that you're saying.
Yeah, he's telling you. You can look at the people walking from the drone footage of the people that were on the beach. Nobody can sit here and say those people were only patronizing the ashram. You can't say that. There were people in the picture walking on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
So that means they got 2 feet and they can go where they want to go. Until somebody tells them, hey, no, you can't come here. You see what I'm saying? See, I don't even know how the ashram is actually set up. That's why I kept asking these questions days ago. Well, if this is private or a resort, we already know what resorts and stuff, people still from the public can walk amongst the patrons. We see this all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's not boarded up. It's not gated up. I haven't heard it's gated up. So that means anybody can walk up.
Well, we don't know how it looks. We haven't seen any pictures. We haven't seen a full 360 angle of it.
Yeah. Well, I've seen a few pictures, and I didn't see no gate where Brian Enton was walking up toward the damn stairs. There was no gate.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's brought people with him to film, and he walked right up some steps and started talking. Then you see them coming down the steps with suitcases.
Mm-hmm.
So common sense should tell you it's not gated up. Because that's the last thing I'm going to want you to do is come film when I haven't even told the guests that there's somebody missing. That I think that's common sense.
Okay.
Yeah. I think anybody could have walked up to the ashram. That's what I believe.
I need to see, like...
Oh, my God. Really? You going to do this?
Do what?
I mean, you're making this difficult for no reason. You know damn well it's not gated up.
I mean, it could...
Think about what you're saying. I mean, the fact I'm having to explain this is really it's irritating me. The people have already lied to their own guests. It took them 7 days to send their guests emails that the woman is missing, okay? If I'm going to lie to my own guests, you think I'm getting ready to let a random stranger walk up here with a news camera? Come on now.
Okay.
I don't understand how you're confused about that. That makes no sense. I'm lying to people. I'm lying to the people about a person who's been up here patronizing with them. And then I'm just going to let some random people come run up there with a damn news camera. But it's gated up. Come on now.
Well, earlier, Miss Ange, you said let's chop it up. Let's figure this thing out.
But you seem to not want to just accept something that is obvious that anybody can walk up.
Not that I don't want to accept it. I am keeping an open mind. Not that I don't want to accept it.
But I'm just saying, it's not really nothing to be open-minded about if you have free access to something. What is a free mind about that? Well, that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say you can't give your opinion, but what I'm saying is, it seems like to me you're trying to combat that people couldn't have access when he's already did the news broadcast and told us how you get access to the place. So it's like you're contradicting what he's already told us. And what allegedly people are saying that random people were walking up. So that doesn't make sense to say they couldn't get access to it if we're going to believe what we already seen on the news broadcast.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I hear you.
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
Well, that was I don't know what else to say.
Well, because I think you puzzled about that. I think it was obvious because I always ask that. I said, well, how are all these random people walking around? So the first thing I said, well, obviously people had access to walk around. It's obvious. I haven't heard that it's gated up. Don't you think Brian Ent would have told us that? Hey, I had to push a button. Hey, I had to get a key card. Hey, somebody had to let me in. We've heard none of that. We didn't hear it from the mother. We didn't hear it from Miss Williams. We didn't hear it from Brian Enton. He's been the only person on the ground, filming from America. And if I'm lying and don't want this truth out, believe me, I ain't about to let you walk around and talk to people. Because that's what Miss Collette was saying. They didn't want us talking to people. So that should tell you something. How was she got on the ashram? Did that occur to you? How did she get there? How did she and that woman get there if it's gated up? Just saying.
Okay.
What else you got?
Besides Miss Collette omitting that information, Shucks, like, I felt like if she would have been honest from the very beginning, she would have started with that same stamina, and that stamina would have still been going.
Yeah. Well, I think she realized people were talking, that it's a man. So she realized she didn't have no choice. But
and I don't see anything wrong. There was something that she said in that interview that you played where she said that she was in a room full of people and she's trying to figure out why all these people are in there. And stuff
18
like
people
that.
in the police station.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that because that island is so small. In my opinion, it doesn't see that type of coverage like that on a daily basis. So all of those people, I feel like the more, the better. And so I just feel at this point, she was just really agitated anyway. And she's just really at this point, not happy with anything. Because if it was one person, she would have had an issue with that. Why is there only one person working on this? Or why is there only 5 people working on this? Shouldn't y'all have a bigger agency? Because if it's right here in the States, they're going to have whatever, they're going to have the CBI on it because she's in Chicago, and then they may have had the FBI on it, okay? And then they may have the county police on it.
Yeah, I think what she's saying is that it was only the Bahamian people, police in the room. But I was thinking.
So she said it was too much of them.
Well,
so I don't understand why she had an issue with that.
Well, I didn't think it was necessary. Do we need the whole police force in the room?
Why not?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
If they're all trying, so listen, if they're all there on one accord trying to get to the issue of something, why do she have an issue with all of the people being inside the room?
Let me tell you something. My thing is this: I wasn't there, and from what this woman is saying and this other lady, the vibe is off. Is what she's been saying about the ashram and also with these people. So it's easy to judge because we're not there. But if you're getting like the runaround, or you feel like people are, they have said they feel like everything they have heard is scripted. So if I'm getting this from the ashram, then I go talk to these people. I'm sitting around a room with all these people, and I don't feel like I'm getting the full scope of things. I don't feel like they're investigating. She also sitting in there. Also, she don't see a missing flyer. See, this is what you don't understand. You're not in her shoes. And you're not there. Imagine looking at a wall with missing people on it. Because she says this in the interview. I'm looking at these people on the wall, but I don't even see my child's flyer up there.
Well, so it's hard to put up a flyer. It's hard to put up a flyer when you don't know really what it is that you're looking for.
No, that
okay?
has to do with that.
You don't want to put out incorrect information until you have all of the information.
That doesn't got nothing to do with what's between her legs. A picture is a picture. Really?
Well, when you put out a flyer, you have to put detailed information besides the picture.
But they've got a flyer. You see, the flyers are going out as far as what she is, a woman, man, whatever. The point I'm trying to make is a picture of her face has nothing to do with what's between her legs. She's not going to identify her as a man if she don't want to call her a man. See where I'm going? What I'm saying is if I'm sitting in a room and I'm looking around and I don't see my child's picture up on the board, yeah, I'm going to be in my feelings and feeling some type of damn way.
Yeah.
So that's my point is that I'm not her. I'm not over there, and I'm not listening to all this shit where people are talking in circles about my child, whether it's a man, a boy, or a fucking billy goat. Where are the pictures of my child? So who's to say she's not blanked out while she's sitting here looking up, don't see a picture of her child, probably asking him like, well, where's the flyer of my kid? You got to remember, she didn't just fly down there as soon as it got out that her child was missing. She came down like a week later. So even Brian tells us there's no flyers nowhere of this person. So whether it's a man or a woman, that ain't got nothing to do with a picture. No matter what you got a picture.
Well, then, because there is no flyer at that point that she got there, we have to double back down to the ashram. And that leads me to question, too, like, was this ashram, was this yoga retreat for both women and men? Was there men there, too, or was it just for women? I had a question about that because I haven't seen anywhere where it stated that it was a co-ed retreat, because most of these retreats usually just be for women. So I don't know what type of retreat this was. If it wasn't,
who's going to have a yoga in the middle of nowhere just for women?
People do it all the time. There are so many different groups do it all the time.
I don't know anything. I didn't see anything in the stuff I read that it was only one thing.
That's what we don't know, because if it was co-ed, then I feel like that's.
I'm just saying what I read did not specify one or the other, because I didn't read the information the other day on the live.
Yeah, that's why I have a question about that, because they haven't made that clear. And most retreats.
Guess what people are saying? But guess what people are saying listening to you talk right now?
What are they saying?
No, I'm just saying, what do you think people are thinking about what you just said? You're asking about co-ed and unco-ed.
Because it has a lot to do with
but listen, if I think if it's supposed to be just women yoga, a women yoga retreat only.
Yeah.
She's representing herself as a woman, so where are you going with this?
Okay.
I'm just asking.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm getting a lot of oomph from you. So I'm just trying to understand, where are we going with this?
What do you mean?
Because if we're going to say this is all women's yoga retreat, if she's representing herself as a woman, then I'm trying to understand your point of what you're trying to say.
Okay.
That's why I'm confused.
Okay.
Or am I?
I don't mean to confuse you.
No,
that's the last thing I want to do. I don't mean to confuse you, and I don't want you to confuse.
Yeah, I just want you to make your point. People listening in the audience are probably wondering where's she going with this. Okay, if it's all women and she says she's a woman, what difference do it make? I'm trying to understand where you're going with this.
Okay, where I'm going with it is, if it is a all women's yoga retreat, and if it comes to the attention that Taylor is not, in fact, a woman, then there may be some sort of complications with somebody who may not like that.
Okay.
As into why she's missing now.
Okay, so let's go there. Oh, she's at an all-women's retreat, all-women retreat, and a woman finds out it's a man. So what are you saying? The women beat her up? I'm just saying.
You know, anything could happen.
No,
we don't know.
I'm just asking you. Listen, you spinning this. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
I don't know, Queen. I am just here trying to sort things out. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
This is what I try to make people understand.
Okay.
When you on a public platform, you can't take back nothing unless you want to. So this is why I ask questions. Because I don't want to hear later from somebody, that ain't what I meant. And then somebody else comes in, they're going to comment off of what you're saying. So if you leave anything open-ended, that's on you. So my job as a hostess is to dissect what you're saying. So when you leave something open-ended, I have every right to ask you what point you're trying to make. A lot of people don't do that. And then the first thing somebody will say to me is, well, she said this, why didn't you ask her? So that's why I'm asking. What is your point?
Yeah.
If it's all women, what? Somebody beat her up. Oh, she's got a penis. I see a penis. So everybody did what? Jumped her, suffocated her, dragged her out to the water, then drowned her because she's a man?
Who knows? Who knows?
But that's, where else can we take it though? Because I'm trying to understand your point. You leaving it open-ended. Well, if it was all women and they found out she's a woman, okay, so guess what? Sweetheart, you leaving it open-ended. Okay, then what?
Well, everything is open-ended at this point. Everything is.
I'm just saying.
Nothing is closed-ended.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, though, I feel like I'm talking in circles. If you're going to say something about a person's sexuality, and let's say it's discovered, I'm trying to understand, where are we going with your comments? You got to be going somewhere with it.
Well, I just told you where I'm going with it. That's where I went with it. That possibility.
Okay, so she's found out.
Yeah.
And then what?
I don't know.
Oh, you got to know.
It could be so many different things after that.
No,
it could be so many different.
I'm not trying to be rude. Maybe I'm coming off rude. What I'm saying is, when you say stuff, people expecting you to have a reason why you said it. We can all throw out possibilities. We could say the aliens came and took her up. If that's the case, a drone picked her up. Somebody flew a private plane up to the resort and she jumped on it. See where I'm going?
Okay.
But I'm not saying those things.
Okay.
So what do you think happened if she was revealed as a man? Is that better?
Well, okay, that's fine. So if it was revealed that she is in fact a man, I guess one of the possibilities that can happen is maybe, it's so many different things. Like she could have been poisoned, or she could have been asked to go out on a boat or something like that, or asked to go
because she got revealed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just don't know. You might have women on these retreats that are going through a healing process. A lot of women are taking these particular retreats to work on themselves and stuff like that. Maybe there's trauma with one particular woman or something, and one woman is triggered by Taylor and decides to do something out of the way. Who knows? You don't know what people would do, and in circumstances like that where they feel deceived.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Lordy. Interesting.
But I could be wrong.
No, I'm not saying. I just want you to be more in tune to what you're saying, because when you leave things open-ended, people are going to ask, well, why did she say that? That's all.
I mean, all of these news clips and stuff that we've been seeing, those are open-ended. There are so much things that are open-ended about this case.
No. It's not. That's not what I'm saying. You are speaking on a public platform, sweetheart. It's not open-ended. Open-ended for speculation, yes. But when you speak it into existence, people are wondering where you're going with your point. That's what I'm saying. When you give a comment about something, you can't expect the people not to ask, well, what do you mean by that? Some people don't care. Some people might listen to what you have to say, and they never ask you, well, what did you mean by that? They might just say, oh, okay, she said that, and then they're on to the next. I don't think like that. If you speak of something, whether it's in the chat or the comment box, I may question, well, why did you say that? Why do you think that? I always ask my guests that. I ask the viewers if I want to. So you're up here on my panel, I have every right to ask you, well, what do you mean by that? So I'm expecting you to give me some type of reason why you would ask.
Right. I get
it. Because some people are going to say, well, what difference do it matter about what the hell kind of people were at the damn ashram? That's how some people might think.
Yeah.
Because I'm reading, I don't see nothing on here I'm reading about all women. Because I could have sworn in one of the classes, I could have sworn I saw men.
No. But you're right. You're right. You're 100% correct on that.
I see a woman. I'm just looking. I don't see anything that's saying this is all women. Daily schedule. Presenters each year. Scientists, healers, leaders, authors, musicians. So see, they have men coming to speak. So now I'm supposed to believe it's all for women.
I mean,
because I already mentioned this content days ago. They got nothing but men and women coming to speak, and there's nothing here that says this is all women.
Okay.
Nothing. Because don't you think that'd be the headliner? All woman retreat.
Well, sometimes people don't want to put that in the headliner. And although you have speakers that are men come in to speak, it doesn't mean that the participants, that the head count isn't all female. I mean, it's just something I put out there. I mean,
so difficult. If I'm catering to somebody, this is what I want. You don't have to come. Right now, if I put up a program and say this is an all-woman seminar, then that's what I'm asking. That's all I'm saying. That's my choice. That's what I'm catering to. All woman, all man, all child. Then that's what I'm expecting to come. So I don't understand what you're saying. What's wrong with putting it on a flyer if that's what I'm saying? This is an all-woman expo, an all-woman book club. Why would I not put that up there if that's what I'm catering to? You're not making no sense now. Come on now.
Okay.
This is my thing. If it's an all-woman baseball team, all-woman tryouts, why am I going to put tryouts for softball, but then a man shows up and I say, well, you can't try out. And then he says, well, your flyer says softball tryouts.
Yeah.
Specify.
Yeah.
Ooh, Lordy.
That's true.
Okay. You want to stay on this subject or you want to get on the Gypsy Rose?
Let's go to Gypsy Rose. That's a little bit more fun.
Oh, is it? I don't know. Because you are hard to deal with up here on these questions. Like, what is the problem?
Don't be like that. Come on.
I'm scared to hear what you're going to say about Gypsy Rose. I ain't lying. Damn. Okay. Gypsy Rose.
All right. What are my thoughts on Gypsy Rose? I think.
Do you want to have a moment to think first?
No, I don't. I don't. Because I already know. Okay. I think it's trifling. It's trifling as all get out.
Okay.
For this to be the situation that is her reality. And it's her life, so she can do whatever she want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I just kind of feel like, why is it possible these days to have criminals of her nature, of the extent that she's done, to have such a big platform or a platform at all? I feel like when she had got out, that there should have been restrictions on her to not even be allowed to get on social media.
You can't tell somebody that. Come on now.
The judge can do it all the time. They do it all the time.
She's done her time. She's not on parole. She's flattened her time. She's done her time. She's done her time. She's not accused of anything that's nefarious with the internet, like fraud or child assault, where she was using the computer as means to lure children, lure the elderly. She's been locked up. She's been in prison. She's done her time. So you can't dictate and tell her she can't be on the internet. The only time they ask you not to be on the internet if you got fraud crimes or crimes dealing with children.
Yeah, still. I don't think she should have access to social media.
Why?
Because before she went in prison, like she was all over social media. Like she was, this is nothing new.
You said, say it again. She was on social media. You said before she got out? I didn't hear you.
Before she went to prison, she was on social media. She put that social media post up on Facebook talking about how something happened to her mom and stuff like that. And,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it was a lot surrounding social media and her prior to her going to prison. And here she is outside of prison, and it's still a lot going on with her with this social media. I I just think it's a mess. It's a mess, and it's nasty. It's too much. It's too much.
You trying to bar the woman off of social media?
Yes, ma'am. I do it if I could, if I had the power to. Shouldn't be on it,
Okay.
but that's that.
So here's the information that you have been so curious about. Observance of the ashram dress code should be
Okay.
maintained at all times, including during asana classes. Both men and women should cover the shoulders, midriff, and legs. Tight-fitting, transparent, and revealing clothing are not permitted in the ashram. Nudity is forbidden. Okay? Here's an entire rundown, and it is long.
Okay.
If this is the same one that they're running under. Yeah, it does. It's right there. Sivanata Yoga, Vidya Peetam. I don't know if this is in another country. I'm assuming they go by the same rules. Yoga is not a religion, and it accommodates freedom of faith, worship, for it holds that all religions are valid ways of worshiping the same divine principle. So, seekers of spirituality, peace, happiness from all over the world, irrespective of caste, creed, sex, religion, or nationality. Our daily scheduled programs are based on H.H. Swami Sivananda's principle of the synthesis of yoga, and the practice of yogic traditions and rituals is given by H.H. Swami, Vishnunavanda. So basically they're saying all inclusive, whoever you are.
That's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, even with that, that still makes me
India.
wonder.
So, because I'm sure they run it the same as they do in India, because right here it says Indian guests must provide the original. I would assume they're running the same with the ashram over there in the islands. Same perspective. Assumingly. It's got the same name up there though. Sivanata Yoga Vidya Peetam. I'm assuming. I don't know if they're individually ran or ran by the same person. Let me see. I don't know. Well, how do you feel about her being pregnant?
I think it's I don't know, I you know what, if I think it's a situation. Oh boy, it is a situation that it's a situation. I don't know what to say about that.
Well, now you had a whole lot to say about Taylor and this who could come up on the property, but now we get to Gypsy Rose and you
Because it's weird. Like Gypsy in herself is weird, and it's hard. Like it's just a weird predicament that that this is because there are so many moving parts. Like you famously say, you know, moving parts or whatever. And you got Ryan and Ken and stuff like that. And then you have her background of doing the things that she did to her mother. And now it's a baby on the way. it's just messy. It's a mess. And like I would tell my homegirl, right? If I have a homegirl that's pregnant and I'm like, well, if I know that her situation might not be the best right now, first thing I'll say is, are you happy with it? Is that what you want? You know what I mean? Like, no, it's weird. I wouldn't encourage anyone to bring a child into a situation like that. It's too much. It's too much. And our children deserve better. Our children deserve better environments, better parents, better experiences. Like this situation, like this predicament that this child is coming up under is it's not positive. You know, if it was with her husband, then I guess, that would have been a bit better. But
How do you feel
this
about
is
the
the
fact
situation.
how do you feel about the fact she's still married?
Yeah, so this is part of the predicament. It's weird, and it just shows how trifling she is. It's just real trifling and messy. And
What do you think Ryan will have to say about her being pregnant?
I think Ryan's going to be hurt because um,
You think he'll
I
cheat on it?
yeah, I think he's going to be hurt about the situation and her making the announcement with Ken, because how she did it is just it's so callous.
What
You
on
know,
her YouTube channel?
well, yeah, that and the pictures she took with Ken, like
Right after.
like
So
they are a real couple. Like they are legit when you're still married. How are you taking maternity photos with a man and who's who's not your husband? It's just so fucking weird, man. Like weird stuff. Like what's wrong with this lady? But I already know what's wrong with her. She got issues, and we all know that. Like we all know that. She got issues. When she's bringing that child into that, and I've read a lot of people say stuff like they feel sorry for the child, they feel sorry for the baby. And, like, I'll tell you one thing, like, when it comes down to the life that we live and how we live it and the people that we influence, some things just don't miss. Like, we can't miss out on the different things um, that we've done um, um, with karma, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the way we treat people and the way we live our lives is a testament to who we are. And bringing a child into situations like this is just a setup. It's a setup for something um, more deeper to come. Like you can't think that you did some things that were so horrible in your past, and you think that just because you serve your natural time, then that's it. And you don't think that there's going to be any spiritual repercussions. You know what I'm saying? We have to suffer in both the natural and the spiritual, and both. And so, shucks, like, there's just too much going on. I remember on one live, I was looking at a creator's video, and they posted a live where she was talking about her mom's ashes and stuff. And I remember when I watched that that reenactment, the act on Hulu. When I watched that, and like on the last episode, they reenacted flushing Dee Dee's ashes down the toilet, and my God, I just thought that was a lot. That was so, like, that's a lot to do to someone. They're already dead. You already cremated them and then you flushed it. And then to have Gypsy talking about her mom's ashes and it's like, didn't y'all flush it? You know, like, didn't y'all flush it? Didn't y'all flush her? It's crazy. Crazy. You can't do people any type of ways and think that you're gonna have a happily ever after. You see, she's thinking her life is gonna be happily ever after because she served her physical time. And she's in for a rude awakening. That's not what life is about. There are checks and balances on everything we do.
Okay. I'm sitting here still doing research on this ashram stuff, listening to reviews. One review from about 20 years ago wasn't really good.
Mm-hmm.
So far, I'm trying to get an understanding. It looks like anybody walking around here, from what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, she's a married woman, still married. Do you think a judge will give her alimony now that it's revealed she's pregnant by another man?
I mean,
just a few months after getting released from prison, because naturally she's been married not quite 2 years or so to him. She married him in prison. And now you've come out, leave him in March, announce to the world you left him, and now you're knocked up pregnant a month and a half or so later. I don't think a judge will give her alimony, but hey, we live in a crazy world, so who's to say?
Girl, okay, like there are a lot of things we don't think that a judge would do. But then,
that's very
you
true.
know, they do it or they don't do it.
Do you think she should get alimony from Ron Anderson?
Do I think she should get it? No, I don't think so. She's so dirty.
Put that on the poll right now.
No.
Put that on the poll right now.
But I don't think that's going to stop her from not trying to get it.
Do you think she'll be a good mother?
I think she will try to be a good mom.
Okay.
But I don't think she has it in her. Like she's not a good person. I mean,
Britt says, "Are we sure it's not from another man and not her husband?" I don't know, Britt. I thought about that too. I just didn't say anything. But naturally, if she's only 11 weeks pregnant, that's not quite. Let's see, 4 times 3 is 12, so it's not quite 3 months. She's been gone from his house since March, so April, May, June, July, almost not quite 4 months, just 3 months. In a week or so. So she's been gone from his house since probably March. So I don't think it's Ryan's. Now that's a good question. Is it Ken's or she have a fling with somebody else? Only time will tell. So here we have a married woman asking for alimony. She's gotten a lump sum of money, from the network, Lifetime, or whomever. I think it's bold to even ask when you just got out. Oh, well, you've been married, while incarcerated, but you haven't been with your husband. And he's been giving you money, taking care of you in prison, whatever. I don't know how the judge will weigh it. I would hope the judge would say, you already got some money of your own. And you also got to say, the judge could say, well, I'm going to make you pay him money. He's only a school teacher. He probably don't make a whole lot of money as a school teacher, if he's still a teacher. So the judge could say, you've made more money than Ryan has made. I'll make you pay alimony. Boy, she'd be sick with that.
Yeah, he could say that, but she doesn't have a job. She's not working, and all of the money that she's coming in is
what's a
not.
Money grab? Pi, what are you saying? How's she gonna get a money grab from what? The YouTube channel? What are you saying? Break it down for me. She's gonna make money how? A spinoff on a show, possibly. Now that's where I can see this going. If you want to say financial. Somebody from the network, Lifetime, or whomever. Hey, let's do a series or short series. Gypsy's pregnant. I do believe somebody will picture that idea. Why not? Sure, I do. Love and Lockup. Life out the lockup, whatever you call it. So I see somebody pitching that idea. Because anytime something happens to a person that's on reality TV that they'll pitch the idea, hey, they did it with Portia when she was pregnant on the Housewives of Atlanta. So I can see somebody pitching that to her Lifetime. Let's follow her around pregnant. Yeah, let's follow this married woman around pregnant. Damn. Hey, do you think Ryan will sign the divorce papers? Woo, that's a good one. Wow. How is she keeping her baby up with money coming in from where, Green Eye? You leaving it open-ended. Money from where? How is having a baby making you money? Help me understand. From where? Money from where? Where's the money coming from? She doesn't work.
No.
Danielle says, I don't understand why if she always felt connected to Ken, why even give Ryan a day? She used him. Very good point, Danielle. So did she use?
Well, Ryan allowed himself to be used.
Well, they both did. Let's be real. They both did. Ken, listen, this would be the same bullshit if it had been Ken. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Because she's already talking about she's moody, she's this. You're gonna be moody when you're pregnant. That's just common sense. Most women are moody when they're pregnant. So it wouldn't matter if you was married to Mickey Mouse or dating Mickey Mouse, pregnant by Mickey Mouse. See where I'm going? You're gonna be moody no matter who the baby daddy is. Because in the end, you're pregnant. It's a whole different entity. There's a human being inside of your tummy. So that's the point I was trying to make. You were bitching and moaning months ago about a damn dog. You were falling out on a live camera about a damn dog. Now you got a whole human and you're saying the same damn things you're saying and pregnant with a whole nother man. So the similarities are the same. I've had a dog before. What's the problem? Stop talking to me like that. You're talking down to me. I don't like the way you're talking to me. And then she goes over here on the YouTube channel. Oh, yeah, I was fussing and everything he did made me upset and breathing. Oh, so you're upset because he's breathing?
Girl.
Because you're emotional, pregnant. Good God Almighty. That's like I said, wait till she gets further along in pregnancy when her face is swole, arms swole, feet swole, can't move, gotta pee every 5 seconds. You're really gonna be frustrated. Hot, sweaty, all of that. And that's not including when the baby come out and wah. I don't think she should have any children right now. I don't think this is how I feel about Gypsy Rose. Everybody's entitled to do whatever they want. They're grown. But I do not think a person with her type of past should go straight to the street. Married, number 1. Living with others, number 2. Pregnant, number 3. She needs to have a licensed therapist, psychiatrist, talking to her about her emotions, her feelings, her goals. It'd be nice if she had a life coach, somebody to guide her in what type of field she'd like to go in as far as employment, viable employment. That's what she needs. Not no ding dong, because right now it's a bad look that you haven't had no sex with a man until you got out and you had sex with your legal husband. And that didn't even last but a few damn months. From December of 23, she got released from prison. It was whirlwind in front of the world, which I think was too much. Yes, being on the social media was too much because she didn't know how to handle it. And so what she's been doing with social media, back and forth. She gets mad. Okay, well, stay off of it. That's common sense. You don't like what the people are saying, then stay off of it. So now you got a whole YouTube channel so they can come over there and talk crazy and cuss and fuss. So you're going to be crying about what they saying on social media. Just like she said in that video, oh, I was going back and forth with a creator. Why? Then stop watching it. It's nobody putting a gun in your head to say watch Facebook, YouTube. You like it. You want to see what they're saying. But then you get mad because you don't like what they're saying. Then stop watching it. She's not fit. Period. Whether we have social media or not. She needs help. She needs guidance. That's what she needs. So I'm also wondering too about the money she got from Lifetime. Did she put it in an open account with Ryan or she put it in her own bank account? I'm curious about that.
Oh, well, she trifling, so I'm sure she got it to her. So
look, that's your only analogy. Rose, damn.
Man,
trifling.
for real.
Britt says because she likes and wants attention. Danielle says that should have been her first goal when leaving prison, except she got thrown into the life of fame. It was too much at once. Britt says, wait till she gets those hormones and gets angry. She's already gotten angry. Britt, she's already fussing about the man breathing. PI says, I think she should have had stipulations with her parole, job, therapy. Is she on parole? I forgot.
Yeah, she's on parole.
Why I kept thinking that she wasn't on parole. Okay, yeah, that's right, because they told me about the travel thing. The travel. That's right, because she didn't do the whole 10. Excuse me for that.
So that's why I said something about her getting on social media. That should have been a stipulation.
Yeah, but see, that's you got to have really done something. You have to commit a crime involved with internet fraud for a judge to render you stay off of the internet. You see what I'm saying? You got to have committed an actual offense for a judge to say, I've got grounds to issue you no contact with the computer or social media. Yeah, you have got to commit a crime. So like anybody that lured a child, that's understandable. That's a part of your sentence. You get out from your prison sentence. You can't have no access to the internet. There can't be no apps on your phone. You understand what I'm saying? She hasn't committed a crime dealing with internet fraud. You know, just her talking about the mother. Obviously, the judge, they ain't thought about that. Whatever she said about her mother in the beginning. What else we got over here? CPS needs to take the baby. Damn, Steve, she ain't had the baby yet. God. You ain't let her get 6 months pregnant. You want to cut the baby out of her stomach? Good Lord. I can't. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Rena said you're not allowed to make money from your crime. Ugh, it's disgusting. Well, let's talk about that. I may need to take that on my notes too. Make money from your crime. I'll put that on my notes. Thank you, P.I. What do you have to say about that, Miss Mada?
Well, I agree. She shouldn't be able to profit from what it is that she did.
I'm not gonna get no rest today from doing
and she's profiting by being on social media.
No profit for
yes,
crime.
man. She's profiting from this.
Okay.
So whoever said that, yeah, you're spot on. She shouldn't be able to profit from it, and she shouldn't be on social media profiting from it. So they kind of said the same thing I said, but instead they said she shouldn't be able to make any money off of it.
Okay. So
I mean, it's the same thing.
Put that up on my community page. Should Gypsy Rose? Very interesting. That's a damn good comment. And she's probably not looking at it. But and then too, she can't pay the rears to nobody because she's a descendant of the perpetrator. So that's a problem there as far as civil lawsuit. Murder of mother. Woo, boy, this is deep. All right, everybody, take the poll. It's on my community page. I'll put not sure, as you know, I always give you options. I now put don't care because some people don't care about what you're talking about. So I go ahead and just put it up there anyway. Don't care. Jesus, well, ooh, Lord have mercy. Alimony payments. I don't think I put that up there either. Okay. Let me put that as a question too. Should the judge render her money? Should judge give Gypsy Rose? Take the polls, everybody. She's sure she ain't gonna like me because I done shared her video. You know they give you notifications when your content shared.
Okay.
So she'll probably be talking about me next. Just oh, she shared my video and I don't like what she said. I just think she's doing too much right now. Just moving too fast. Alimony payments. Should a judge give her alimony payments? From Ryan Anderson. Take the poll. He's probably going to lose his damn mind. He's probably real sick now.
Mm-hmm.
One thing is, want to be with somebody, right? You want to try to meet up. You want to keep talking. Remember, he said, I talked to her, but I don't see her. So now imagine we go from talking to her on the phone, texting, whatever, to now, ding, 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 I'm pregnant. I got mornings. I was having this and that. I'm craving orange juice. He is probably livid. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. That man's got to be sick as a dog.
You know it.
I definitely wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Because, first of all, it's a terrible feeling to have feelings for somebody anyway. I don't care who it is or what the circumstances are. And you can't make them, you know what I'm saying, meet up with you. Yeah. So imagine you only been married a short while. You've been taking care of this person in prison. And then they get out. You start bickering about this and that. You start feeling the backstab from the family, friends, cousins, whomever. And then you're fighting. Then you find out she's been talking to Ken. So that's another subject we ain't talked about. She's been talking to Ken the whole time with being with Ryan. So hell yeah, he's in his feelings. And now you done ran off from a fight. So Ryan won't tell people what he said to her to make her run off. Because he was interviewed on E! News or whatever. I played that content a while ago. And he won't say. So I think he said something pertaining to Dee Dee. Mm-hmm. What would make me run off and leave my husband, my new husband? You done said something about my mama. You done said something about me being like my mama. Checkmate.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Yep.
Something like what? Being like the mama?
Oh, now, Amanda, don't you start. You know what? You know exactly what.
Oh, Lord.
In the heat of an argument, whatever's going on between the two, he probably said, you're just like Dee Dee. If that don't make a person blood boil and want to beat him over the head with a skillet. Because think about it. What is the worst thing that would just make you go pack up your shit and run out? You haven't even been married to the man 4 months. I mean, living with him 4 months and you already out of his house.
But it kind of seems like she was waiting. To me, it seems like she was waiting for an opportunity to leave him anyways. For anything that he would have done or said. I feel like she would have left him because she never really liked him.
Why you say that? Damn. God,
listen, Queen, right?
Okay, I'm listening.
Now, if you really care about
I think I need an early drink listening to this conversation. this drink requires this live might require alcoholic beverage because now okay, because let's be truthful now. Seriously, we're going deep in the belly of the beast if we say she never intended to stay with him. So should that also be a question? Okay, my paper. Now I gotta go to another sheet of paper. I gotta run to another sheet of paper. I got a little short notepad. Girl, wait a minute. I ain't finished with this what I wrote. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, if you really care about someone, right, and you really love them, and yes, there is something that they said to you that may not have been kind, right? You may leave them for a short time, but the love that you have for them will override whatever it was that they initially said to you. How many times have you been in a relationship with someone and they may have dogged you,
very ugly things, and still
said some very ugly things to you, but you still took them back?
Yeah, you did.
And you ask yourself later, why did I deal with that? Because you loved them at that particular time. Something was keeping you from not leaving them. There are so many things. That's why I say that she never really loved the man. Because if you really love someone, like, come on now, like, I'm just saying.
I ain't said a word. I'm letting you talk. Go ahead. Because what I'm doing is I'm taking notes while you're talking. So go ahead.
If she cared about him, okay, one comment or two comments or something like that, there are those are opportunities for you to kind of check yourself, okay? Especially seeing how that knowing that you're married to him, knowing that you need him. She doesn't have a job. She relied on him for everything. But apparently the plan was, well, I really don't need Ryan.
I just need something to hold me till I get my bearings.
Yeah, to get to what I really want.
People do it all the time. And they do it when you're not locked up. And they do it when you're not locked up. Because men do it. They use women to get on their feet. Women use men to get on their feet. Friends. Everybody uses people. I remember a young guy said it to me once years ago. He said, Miss Angie, he said, everybody hustles. Everybody. He said, if they tell you they ain't, they lying. Now, this is a young man. He's probably about 28 years old. He said, everybody hustles everybody. So I said, son, I believe you're telling the truth. Because at some point, basically he said manipulate. We do manipulate people. You may never admit, but everybody in this chat has manipulated somebody to get something. I don't care if it was a promotion, a job, a ride to the store, a cigarette, an alcoholic beverage at the bar, a new dinette table. So you see where I'm going? Okay. You meet somebody, they got a little pocket change. You get to talking about, woo, that TV so old, I can't hear the volume, blah, blah, blah. Boom. Hell, I know, I speak from experience. Okay. I talked to a neighbor once, and it wasn't even to get no TV. I was just saying, yeah, I would like to get one of those, a bigger TV. And next thing I know, he handed me his credit card. Hear what I said? And it was right when the flat screens first came out. So this was like 2007, 6, 7, somewhere there. And so at that time, a 32-inch ran for $600. That was about the asking price for a 32-inch flat screen. So what happened was I didn't end up getting that type. I got the big box type, but I was happy with what he offered. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever I was fine with it. But the point I'm making is we do manipulate people. It's just a part of civilization. Yeah. Everybody's manipulating somebody. All right. The next question is, did she really love Ryan Anderson? I think next time I asked you all these questions months ago. You'll have to go back on my community page if you want to take those older posts. But due to the fact she's now pregnant, we have new questions naturally we can ask. So Ken is in the picture now, a few months in. Do you all also see it working out with Ken? That is the next question on the poll. Take the poll, everybody. So I'm going to put, now that she's pregnant. Oh, God, what a mess. This is some bad business here. But you know what? These things happen all the time. They just ain't Gypsy Rose. Okay, now. But I don't see it working for what was said before. He left her while she was in prison. What somebody put under the video, and that is so true. And to Lois' point, which is, being incarcerated. He left because more than likely she was running her mouth about who was writing her. Whether she did it out of spite or not, don't know. But it was wrong. And then he left you. So I'm trying to understand, how do you go from that, you understand what I'm saying, to now talking to this woman because she's free. For what? She's married. Don't make any sense. What do you want with her? So I also asked that, is he a con or a fraud? Next question, is he a con or is he a fraud, Miss Manda? Is he a con? Is he a fraud? Well, that's what it seems like because of what I've seen. What I've seen on the good web about him and being involved with other men, okay, and then that whole situation to where he left her in the beginning, and then comes back when she's not in a situation that's dire. I think it's she's with somebody. It's not even like she was single and out of prison. She was with a whole man. A whole man. And married to him. And came back in the picture. He should just mind his business and left him alone. But what could have brought him back? What could have brought him back to the picture? I'm gonna tell you this. I think Ryan was alluding to the fact some family people were meddling. friends and family and somebody was mad. He won't name the person. But the content I played about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, it's the family. Somebody in there started this messy shit, which they shouldn't have done that. It's none of your business. If a person got out of jail, prison, right? And then Ray comes over here knocking on my door, messaging me, hey, how's Gypsy? Woo, woo, woo. Bye, Ken. You had your chance, right?
Yeah.
So this guy's been there the whole while picking up the slack. Let Ryan have that opportunity.
Yeah.
You have no business calling me and winding me up like a dog. You shit. And they stupidly did that. Whoever did it, the friend, cousin, whoever. You had no business talking to Ken Urker.
It was the stepmom.
Yeah, she was wrong for that. So you're not really being supportive. You're not a good role model because she's married and you wouldn't like it if somebody had done it to you with your husband. You know, call a spade a spade.
Yeah, well, but you know what? We can't put all of the blame on her either because Gypsy allowed it. She liked it. She was waiting for an opportunity.
No, but I'm just saying, everybody has to take a stand account for their role. Don't matter who orchestrated, who lead, who's the cheerleader. The point is, one thing begets another. So in that begetting stage, everybody got to take their part. If he reached out to the mother, the cousin, the point is still, you passed me the bone. That does not mean I have to reciprocate because you passed the bone. I don't got to call Ken because Ken sent you a message on Facebook.
That's right.
So they're all evenly yoked in this bullshit. They're all evenly yoked. And let me tell you, you're going to pay the piper too.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Whoever did that. Because you got to own your part. We all got to own our part in doing foolish stuff. Passing messages to married people, people with boyfriends, girlfriends. You should know that shit can come back on you as well. Just best you stay out that stuff. Somebody say, oh, hey, your friend look good or she look pretty. Woo, okay, she married. If they say, well, can you give it a number? No, I can't. You go talk to her on your own. Ain't got nothing to do with that. Let's stay out of that. That's why I said we all have to learn from our mistakes. I'd say don't do it. Because it could probably come back and bite you in the ass. I'm just saying that passing messages, it's a dangerous thing.
Yeah, you're right.
But you think a person won't tell? Gypsy Rose like to talk. Yes, that's why I know she told Ken she was talking to other men when she was locked up because she's a walkie-talkie. He wouldn't have known that. You're incarcerated. How would I know what you got going on in prison? Let's see how many people that voted. Did Gypsy Rose really love Ryan? 16 votes. Only 88% said no. Wow, 13% not sure.
See?
Should judge give Gypsy Rose alimony payments for Ryan Anderson? 95% no. 5% not sure. 21 votes. Should Gypsy Rose profit from murder of mother? 95% no. 5% don't care. 2 comments. Morticia says, imagine going through what she went through at the hands of her sick, demented mother. I can't judge her. Okay. Princess says, no. If you are guilty of a crime, you shouldn't be allowed to profit at all. Sadly, people make Gypsy look like a victim, but she convinced someone to take her own mother's life. She may not have gotten her hands dirty, but she helped by giving the guy ideas. And they debated about that guy. I guess his name is what, Nick? If he was mental, had some type of disorder. His mom said he did have some mental defects. I haven't really gotten a receipt, you know what I'm saying, on what his disorder is. But that's the point. It's one thing, what I just said, one thing begets another. Somebody lights the fire or somebody gets handed the match. What, do you have to light it because you got the match? I handed you the match. See where I'm going?
Yeah.
So if he has a mental disorder, did he know right from wrong? Well, DA says yes, he did because he was bragging about it with her, you know, as you said, on social media, writing really nasty things about DD, admitting he did it, blah, blah, blah. So it's just a catch-22 of what do you believe as far as his mental capacity? Because I did agree that was wrong for him to be bragging about unaliving her mother. Oh, Lord, what a mess. Let's see. I haven't got any more comments. Only 9 votes on now that Gypsy Rose is pregnant. Will she and Ken Urker last? 78% no, 22% not sure. Ooh, Jesus wept. What a mess. What a fine, fine mess. I don't know. It's just. Okay, somebody said, looked at his interrogation. He's definitely slow. Okay, PI. Gypsy, Green Eye said, Gypsy bought I guess, what's about the weapons. Okay. Gigi says, yes, she does. Gigi, you got something you want to say? About this case, Taylor and this Gypsy Rose nonsense? Because Lord knows this is, it's a hot butter mess. I ain't lying. It's just, I just don't know what to say. I really don't. Yeah, I saw part of that interrogation. Have you watched the interrogation? Miss Manda?
No. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Have you watched the interrogation of him and her?
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay.
I've seen it, and the interrogation with Gypsy made me feel so uneasy because looking at it, I felt as though the detective, the investigator, was coddling her, you know, and not attempting to get down to the very truth of the matter because of the preconceived notions that he had about her, because he knew who she was. I mean, everyone at that point in that area knew who she was because she told them who she was, right? And so with the idea in his mind, I felt like he felt sorry for her. And he was trying to, in a way, help her.
Okay. Interesting. Whew. See, everybody judges things differently. Everybody's got their interpretation. Naturally, what Dee Dee did to her was horrendous. Did she have the opportunity to run out of her house at some point and alert authorities? Of course she did. She ran away at one time. Dee Dee found her or some type of nonsense. The point is, Dee Dee found out about her going to that, what do they call it? I can't think of what they call it. Some type of, what is the word where people meet up for those?
A conference.
Yeah, some type of conference for comic, whatever. Something.
Yeah.
So the point is, if Dee Dee found out, okay, so she tracked you down, tied her down when she got home. The point is, you had an opportunity to walk out that door. So many people asked me then, well, Angela, if she was able to get out of the house, how did she get out? Did she walk? Did she roll in a wheelchair? I don't know. So you ask yourself that. Then we fast forward to her meeting Nick at the movie theater. So there's another piece of bullshit. Dee Dee and her at the movie theater, she's already tracked him. They've been on the internet talking. He flies out, rides the bus, whatever, meet her. He's at the theater with them, or somehow I can't remember. The point is, they go in the bathroom to make out, first time having sex. See, this is where this is a problem. All this is crazy nonsense. So this shows you she had the fortitude to navigate from her house. So if you got the fortitude to navigate, why are you still putting up with Dee Dee? You're reaching out to people. You're trying to date. You're trying to mate. You're 20-something years old, still pretending to be sick and a kid, knowing at some point you're not a kid, because she did admit you finally, I think, realized she wasn't a kid. If you can wheel yourself out that house 2 times, you could have wheeled yourself out of there, walked out of there, and left Dee Dee standing in the dust. And also brought justice to Dee Dee, because Dee Dee really needed her ass whooped for what she did to her.
Okay.
So that's where people probably sit in the balance. Stockholm Syndrome versus she could have walked out and been free and not had a criminal record. Yeah.
I think Gypsy was a rebellious teenager, and she wanted her way a lot. But what I did see,
Amanda, come on
yes,
now.
ma'am.
You know the woman had her confined and brainwashed that she was sick. So I can't even remember what age that she realized she could walk. So that's what I'm saying. She's already been under the guise of being sick from at 8 years old. So at whatever age she found out she could walk, she's already been brainwashed by her.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, to say she's rebellious is contradictory because she's been brainwashed by her mother. And she's not trying to do anything to rock the boat with this psychopath. The mother, everybody knows Dee Dee's a psychopath. You're not going to rock the boat with no damn psychopath now. That's why a lot of people are saying she should have left. Now that we know she knew she could walk at some point, she should have just walked out the door. Mother took a nap, went to sleep, went to the grocery store, whatever. Or if she ever left alone, get the fuck on. But she didn't choose to do that. But I don't think it's right to say she was rebellious because she's been brainwashed since a kid. Of course she wants to get out and go places, have friends, do things.
Yeah.
That's her right.
I don't know, Queen. I don't know. You know,
because listen to what you're saying. You're sitting here saying that a child is rebellious, but they've been brainwashed to be sick. You're going to be rebellious even if you weren't sick or made to believe you're sick. Hey, I want to go to the movies. Your parents say, no, I don't want you to go. Come on.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand, why are you saying she was rebellious?
Okay. Great question. Why did I say that she's rebellious? Because you know what? Although I did watch that series and I watched all the way through, and I agree with you. Some of the things that were displayed that they said happened to her was egregious. It was horrible. Like, no child should go through any of those things. However, we only have Gypsy's account on what truly happened. And her mother was not...
Amanda, don't do this. Please don't do this.
Okay.
Now, I don't have to agree with how Gypsy is acting now because she's an adult. She really can do what the hell she want to do. But the girl was under the guise of a psychopath. So for you to sit here and now you're going to try to act like what? She was being cahoots with her mama, pretending to be sick at 8 years old. That's her mother. She was a child.
Yeah, she's a child.
So you're talking about 10 years of being, you're talking about 10 years of being coerced to lie and manipulate people. So now she has been taught to be a liar and a manipulator by her own mother. So her being a rebellious, it don't count because this ain't your typical type of situation of a teenager being rebellious. This situation is not even in the same realm of a standard relationship between a parent and a child being raised.
Okay.
You're talking about Stockholm syndrome. You're talking about putting fear in a person, threatening a person. So the rebellion really don't count here. To me, that's my opinion.
No, where did you get Stockholm syndrome from?
She's in cahoots with this. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to put that on her.
Where is Stockholm syndrome coming from? Because I know that they mentioned Munchausen by proxy.
What I'm saying is,
okay,
people will agree and get in cahoots with their captor because she's basically kept kidnapped from a child. So them years of where she couldn't roam and go do things, okay, that's still kidnapping. So you're listening to this person tell you you're sick, you're this, giving you meds, make your teeth fall out, all of that. That's not her fault. So by the time she gets to the age, because I can't remember the age she said she found out that she could walk, she's still playing that role with her mother because her mother's letting her know, you can do whatever you want, but you ain't coming out this house. And I could see Dee Dee unaliving her because that was her crutch. That was her money bag. So if you're a psychopath to make your child sick, lie to people, move her around from place to place because people were catching on to her, DHS reports of them trying to visit her, she would have easily killed her. I believe that. I easily believe that. But I'm not going to sit here and say Gypsy Rose went along with the plan because the point is, it started at an age where she didn't have consent. You cannot blame an 8-year-old for consenting to fraud. She didn't know anything was wrong with her at 8. I don't think anything was wrong with her at 10. By the time the damage has been done, it really didn't matter when she found out. She could walk, she could talk, because she's still a minor.
Yeah.
She's still a minor. And it was basically, we're going to judge her and say, well, at some point, even as 13, 14, 15, whatever the age was, you should have went and told somebody. Well, she probably feared her mother. But as she got older, she started, yes, I want to do things. I want to go places, just like a regular kid would. So now we're sneaking out. We're going meeting with people. We're on the internet. That's all she had. So I can't blame her under the age of 18. And then some will still say, well, over the age of 18, she still is programmed. Even though she's ran out of the house 2 times, met with 2 different guys, she still is brainwashed. She don't know nothing. She don't know how to navigate as an adult. She don't know how to go out here and make friends with nobody. So even sneaking out, she goes back to the captor. That's expected. And you can't understand that because you're not in her shoes. You ain't had to deal with that. The worst case scenario with Gypsy is the obvious. Getting with the dude on the internet, talking about unaliving Dee Dee, that's where there is the problem for me. But not as no damn child. No. No.
Okay.
Green Eye.
Hey, Queen.
Where you calling from?
I'm calling from Virginia.
Virginia, what do you have to say about this nonsense? Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh, gosh. Okay, well, I think the Gypsy Rose, in my opinion, having a baby is probably one of the scariest things I've ever heard.
Okay. Tell me why. Tell me why, ma'am.
Well, despite the fact that she got out, and what she has done with her life so far, to put a baby in this position, I think is disgusting. Like I said, I do believe she should have had stipulations in her parole as far as having a regular job so she can be productive.
She's already mentioned it. We already know that she's supposed to have a job. Gypsy Rose knows she has to have a job. So if ain't nobody complaining and riding her about going to get no job.
Okay, but what I am saying is that she shouldn't be able to, what I said before, she shouldn't be able to have a job on the death of her mother and making money on her crime. That's totally ridiculous. Nobody else can do it, and the judge puts that in their parole.
Okay. Well, obviously he didn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's terrible.
Okay.
So when people are starting to go against Gypsy, then all of a sudden she's like, oh, well, let me get on this show. And then she's like, well, I'm getting bad reviews. Okay, well, now I got to have a baby to keep the money coming in. I just see nothing but manipulation from her. And I know she learned it from the best. I get that.
Right.
I don't think all the therapy they said she had in prison worked. And I do believe that she should still be having intense therapy.
Right. Well, who's to say that she's not going to therapy?
Well, that wasn't in. Yeah, she only had to have it in prison. But
see, this is the thing. Everybody got to remember. She is grown. She does not have to explain herself. She does not have to do what I think she should do. The only people she has to dance around at this current moment is the damn Louisiana parole board, Missouri, wherever the hell she is. That's it. That's it.
Now, Queen, mentally she is not grown.
Say what?
Mentally she is not grown.
But that's not how. but it don't matter. It don't matter. Legally, she's an adult. So whether she's childlike, groomed, the point is, by law standards, she is a legal grown adult. And as I said, so long as she complies with the parole board, they are the only ones who can stipulate what they think she should and should not do. If it ain't stipulated in a document by the judge as far as what she should and can't do, as far as social media, profiting from talking about her mother, her story, it's a wrap. She can do whatever the fuck she wants to do. It don't mean it's right. It don't mean I agree with you. Understand what I'm saying? But
yeah,
the judge has to be the one to say, you can't go make a movie about your mama and what happened with you. You can't go sit on social media. That is the judge's decision. And obviously, since we have never heard this, he or she didn't feel the need to reprimand her, mandate her not to be on the internet, nor make funds from the tragedy of Dee Dee.
Well, I am sure once this baby comes, I'm sure she'll probably, in my opinion, allegedly and all that, I'm pretty sure that she won't have that child long, and that I'm sure her parents.
Damn, Greener.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, that's deep.
No, it's not. It's reality.
No, I'm
Think
just saying
about
that's still a deep comment, P.I. Come on now.
Yeah, well, think about it. You used that boy Ken because you didn't want to go home to your parents when you got out of jail. You wanted more freedom. You thought Ken was going to keep you up and up, and he did. And then, but the whole time we knew you wanted, I mean, not Ken, Ryan.
Right.
We knew you liked Ken, but Ken didn't want you while you were broke and busted. So when you got out, you were like, well, all I have is Ryan.
Listen here. My understanding, Ken left her because she was messing around with other men. So that means Gypsy had have told him that. Other than that, he still would have possibly held on to her. See, we don't know.
What? Right. Okay. Yeah. That's okay. What I'm saying is she still has prison mentality. All I'm saying is that she's always liked Ken. I think that was her first love.
Okay.
Besides the other guy.
And I think that's been said. So that's a very good point. So I will put that also on the poll. Oh Lord, I ain't gonna never get off this wire today.
But Queen, be serious. If you go and make out with a young boy that has traveled from wherever up north and comes and y'all make out in a movie, that was her setup to go, okay, I know he'll do what I want him to do. That was her manipulation.
Say what now?
What I'm talking about, the boy who did kill his mother.
To kill the mom.
Nick, yes.
Yeah.
He traveled from all the way, and the whole time she's probably, they were having their little sex talks and stuff.
Yeah.
And once they did that in the bathroom, she said, I got him. She manipulated him. She said, I got him, and yeah.
So you're talking about her hiding in the bathroom the whole time. So what are you trying to say? She just used the boy to do that. She wasn't really liking him.
No, she was using. Yeah, she needed a way to get out, and she picked him. Just like she picked Ryan and everybody else.
So you don't even think she liked Nick at all?
No, I don't.
She has no friends. No. Let's keep it real. She has no friends. She doesn't go anywhere. She don't do anything. Nobody's coming to see her house. I can't just sit here and say she just used him only for that, because you got to remember she had no friends. She's not going anywhere. Nobody's coming to Dee Dee's house. Nobody's knocking on the door to wheel her out of there, to take her to the park, to take her to church. Her whole life is Dee Dee. So at some point, you are going to want camaraderie. You're going to want the touch of another human. You're going to desire a human. You got to remember she's getting older and
right.
Guys of being a teenager. So what's supposed to be a 16-year-old is now a 21, 22-year-old. So yeah, she's going to have sexual urges. Let's keep it real.
Okay. Well, it might have been that, but I don't see any love in anything that woman child has done.
Oh my God!
I'm just
who said that yesterday? Somebody put that on the page. Man, child. Oh, talking about T-Rev. Damn, I'm dead. Y'all killing me right now.
Yep.
Okay. Well, interesting. So you still want to say she used him just for that? She wasn't even interested in him when she first started talking to him on the internet.
No, she was being manipulated with her mother as well, which I don't blame her to try to get out, but you don't have to kill your mother. You could have stood up. That's all I had to say. Stood
up and did what? Against that heavy set lady?
Stand up and walk out the door when you're 20 years old.
Yeah, because I don't see her fighting Gypsy, Dee Dee. Dee Dee was a heavy set lady. She probably would beat that girl to death.
Well, she got out. She got out times before.
Yes, she did.
And at 20 years old, you were trying to plot a murder. So I believe you could have stood up and walked out.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that she could have left.
Yeah.
But she didn't. See, that's the whole thing. Hindsight is 2020. She didn't leave. She left for camaraderie to meet people, bored, sick of being in that house, realized she could walk, but she didn't use that same mindset to go out the door. That's what's so jacked up about the story. She could have easily walked out, called 911, told somebody, I can walk. My mother's been using me. She didn't. And I wonder why she didn't. Maybe she was scared. Maybe she really was scared of Dee Dee. You know, big burly woman, probably been threatening her all her life. I don't condone what she did. Let me make that clear. I do not.
Right. I know.
What she did to Dee Dee. As rotten as Dee Dee was.
Right.
I also know people are easily manipulated. When it ain't no sickness, when it ain't no teeth falling out.
Right.
People just tell you what they want you to know here, and you stupidly follow suit, knowing better, and you're not a child, you're grown.
Right.
So being a child manipulated all those years as a minor, you don't know how to think. That's why I said you can see she was whipped, mentally groomed, because she snuck out 2 times and still went back to her house.
I think the cops took her back.
Huh?
I think the cops took her back, but she could have told them on the way home.
But she didn't. That's the whole point. That's why I don't understand. That's the one part of the story I don't think anybody can explain but Gypsy Rose why she never told the truth.
And that's a sad thing too.
Now, I do think she told a little bit of information to that neighbor, and I think that might be the same woman they're suing that did the book and all these deals. That so much nonsense with that. But anyway, I think she confided some things in that neighbor who ended up being an agent or helping her with these movie deals, and now they're saying she didn't do her job. I think that's the same lady. I just don't understand any of that either.
I really thought during those interrogations, Nick, I didn't realize really how kind of slow he was. Because they made it seem like he was just, like they never said how slow he was. All he wanted to do was see Gypsy.
Yeah.
And Gypsy was a canary.
Because let me tell you this is how I knew he was slow. When he said, I thought, hey, when we had sex, that bonded us like a married couple. Something like that. That showed me right there. He didn't even know anything about sex or marriage.
Exactly.
He didn't know anything. So that means he had a mind of a child at the time. Having sexual relations and killing that woman.
Right.
He didn't know anything that ever taught him.
He didn't bring a weapon. It was given to him. So what I'm saying is, who was smarter?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, just because his parents, didn't, have Munchausen's, why did he get life? And she didn't.
Because he's the one that did the deed.
Well, she's conspiracy. And nowadays, if you are a conspiracy to a murder, you go just as long as they do.
Yes, but the thing is, they're going to judge her situation different because of who Dee Dee was, how long she groomed her, the fact she was a minor when the grooming started. That's why Gypsy got the sentence she got. If it had been any other type of situation or just some random woman killing her mom, she probably would have got 30, 40 or life. But the fact that this started as a child, that's the only thing that saved her to get that less amount of sentence. It's because she started this nonsense being groomed as a child. If it was any other type of situation, she would have got more time in prison.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Nick was groomed.
He was what?
I think Nick was groomed by Gypsy.
Okay.
Think about it. She manipulated him and groomed him, in my opinion. But I think Gypsy is just a whole mess, period.
Okay.
And I don't think her parents, I think her dad would do better by himself with her.
Wait.
As a parent.
We went from chicken soup to gumbo soup. What you say?
I know.
Well, what you say? His wife is a part of the problem?
Who, the dad?
His wife? Where are you going with this?
I think the stepmother is. I think she interferes more. I think the
Okay.
dad is more grounded.
Well, see, that's why I was concerned about her living with her parents because of the obvious of what she said in this audio I played earlier. She said something that I don't think none of you touched on. Nobody in the audience has said anything about what she said in there. Gypsy says, we want to have this kid because we both came from broken families. I didn't have a father.
Oh,
Listen, I didn't have a father. So now the father might take offense to that to some degree.
yeah,
Hey, I was trying to reach out. I was trying to find you, but your mother hid you. You see where I'm going? So
yep,
that was a deep statement, but that is her truth because it is the truth. This goes back to, once again, she was a child. She didn't have no stake in the game of running anything with Dee Dee because she was a minor. You know, we know
yeah,
what she did was wrong. We know she more than likely, yes, manipulated the board at some point, but I still think in the beginning, she reached out to him on the internet because she wanted to be loved. She wanted friendship. And you hear her saying that in this conversation about the baby. I want what was taken from me. I want to have that life, offer life to a child that I didn't get from Dee Dee. I get that too. But what she don't understand is she's not in a mental state to be rearing a child. It's not to say she shouldn't be a mother. Some may say she should. You know, everybody's entitled to their opinion. But right now, I say no. Hell no. Because you can just jump out of bed with one guy who's been supporting you over an argument, you know, don't know what was said, to then go run to this guy. You didn't just run to Ken out of the blue, you know, bumped into him at the Piggly Wiggly and fell in love. You've been talking to him. So see, that's where all this shit can come in as a conspiracy. You've been talking to him since you got the fuck out of prison, which we found out she did. Then Ryan tells it. Oh, yeah, she's been talking to him. That's what started deteriorating the relationship, to his knowledge. So it's a bad look. Now you're knocked up pregnant just from a few months of leaving your damn husband. So you're a runner.
yeah,
Shit don't go your way, you run. And a lot of people are like Gypsy Rose. She has what we call, you know, hey, like the runaway bride, runaway groom. This is what a lot of men do. Shit don't go their way. You say something they don't like, next thing you know, all their clothes gone, shoes gone, ghost you. And you
right.
say, well, what did I do? What did I say? Because this is typically what men do. Let's keep it real. She's got really balls. But the flip side is, I can't tell this person to stay with Ryan because I think she should. I don't really know what Ryan said or did to her. Maybe he was controlling. Maybe he was talking more to her like a father than a husband. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe she don't want to take criticism. See, we don't know. But I don't see it working with Ken for the obvious reason. Ken did leave her in prison.
Right.
Ken should have never reached out to the mother, sister, whoever. He should have let Gypsy do her own thing. If it didn't work with Ryan, cool. He shouldn't have been in the middle of that.
Yeah, Ken only came around when he saw money.
Okay.
That's how I feel. But I still don't know where Gypsy feels like she's going to give her kid what she didn't have, but she doesn't even know.
Yeah, well, she won't know. See, that's the thing about life. You got to teach yourself stuff. A lot of things people can't teach you. And what Dr. Phil always say, your mom and daddy can't give you what they ain't got. Same thing with a relationship. A person can't give you what they ain't got.
Yeah, but Queen, your mama gave you morals and values that you knew how to raise a child.
But guess what? Not that I'm gonna tell my business on live. That's what you think she did.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
See where I'm going?
Yeah. Okay.
Trust me. If I was to spin a story up here, which I will never do, just because somebody told me don't ever share that on this live stream, trust me, you would be talking about her like you're talking about this fucking Dee Dee Blanchard.
Okay.
Okay. Because see, that's the point. You don't know people.
Right.
Dee Dee did what most narcissists and psychopaths do. They put on a front in public, but that's not who they really are.
At home.
Yeah, that's not who they really
Yeah.
are. So we have to always remember that in dealing with Gypsy Rose, whether you like who she is now, who she's become. The point is, she was groomed at a young age. 8 is still young. So you've been groomed from 8 to 21, 22. That is a very long time to be under the thumb of a psychopath. So you really can't expect her to walk out here and navigate like a expected normal human being. More than likely, she will be like Dee Dee. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be extreme.
No.
Such as, making a baby sick, feeding a baby salt, you know what I'm trying to say, beat up on a baby. But she may exhibit manipulative ways. And then once again, generational curse, pass that same mentality down to the baby. And that's the sad part about this story, is that it'll be jacked up if we find out she is really no different than Dee Dee Blanchard.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I hope that.
Yeah, Kat, we do assume a lot. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Everybody got a story. You understand? Everybody got a story. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Queen has lived an interesting life. Very interesting. And I can talk about my mom, my dad, but it does not mean they were great people. And I don't have to tell anybody what they were like, because in the end, I tell people all the time, you don't know people. I tell people that all the time. Even if people go back and reminisce in life and talk about people who they think they know, I always tell people, you have no idea who you're talking about. You know the person they represented themselves to you at that time. But
let me put it this way.
Go ahead.
At Gypsy's age, you knew right from wrong, and you were in the mentality of that age. You know what I'm saying? You knew you wouldn't be in her position as at her age, I don't think.
Oh, you mean I would have never killed my own mother?
Well, what I'm saying is you would be more mature at her age. I'm sure that you were.
At what age is that? The age she is now?
Yes.
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure you were. Most people are.
But the thing about it is, I did not experience what she experienced on the level. See where I'm going? Because what do I always tell you all? It's easy to judge because you're looking in the glass, but you're not in the glass. Because that's what we do as humans, right? We judge.
Okay.
Same thing with this nonsense with Taylor's mom. I'm gonna let you touch on that too if you can. It's easy to look through the glass and say, I wouldn't do this. She should have done that. This person should have done that. But in the end, this is a reason, like I just told Amanda, the reason why Gypsy didn't get a serious sentence is because she was groomed as a child. That's the only thing that showed favor. That's the only thing that showed favor in the judge's eyes. She was groomed so long. Hell no, what she did was wrong. We already know that. But then somebody can say, well, what would you have done if you was in her shoes? You say, well, I would have walked out the door. But if you got a crazy mother that say, I'll do this to you, I'll do this. You got to remember, she said the woman taped her down from the time when she ran away, when she went to that comic thing. When she went back in the house and Dee Dee realized she was gone, she got back. She said she taped her down with duct tape.
I know. But now.
So now imagine that. So, no, come on. Now imagine I've ran out, snuck out, I'm caught. Now my mother's tying me down so I can't get loose. And that's not also erase touchy-feely shit. Okay? She's warped.
Yeah.
Gypsy is warped.
Yeah.
So then
but I don't know if I can believe everything Gypsy tells us.
Well, I hear what you're saying. But you can't make up being molested if you don't know about being molested, right? Because when we go back in the book of life, she also mentioned that she was touched by a grandfather or somebody. And that would have been Dee Dee's father. Where do you think Dee Dee would have learned touching her and wanting to shave pubic hairs and trying to make, of course, we know why she shaved the pubic hair to make her look like she was younger, but I believe
Younger,
that stuff the man went on. I won't doubt it. I don't think Gypsy made it up about the grandfather and the mother doing stuff.
Yeah.
That's too, Nah, I don't believe nobody make that up.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Because that's too far-fetched to just make up some shit about a mother sleeping with her own father. Come on.
Yeah. That's
but
true.
I understand what you're saying. You feel like, well, she's been groomed a lie, but that's the whole point. That just goes back, that it reiterates the point. You've been living with a liar. What else do you know? Then you go to prison. Okay, it's more lying.
It's all lies. Yeah.
Then she gets hooked on more painkillers and shit. Then we find out she was popping the pills and shit before she went. So she's fucked up.
Right.
And she's had no freedom up until now. So imagine all them years held captive, running around with this psycho, being lied to, teeth falling out, head shaved, pubic hair shaved, possibly maybe some incest going on between her and Dee Dee. Who knows what Dee Dee was doing in front of? See, you don't really know. And then poof, find somebody, kill her, go to prison. What did she tell you? She ain't never felt better.
Yeah, she felt more free.
Okay, so that should tell you right there. You're dealing with a very demented soul. And I'm not trying to take up for Gypsy, okay? But what I'm saying is, when a person tells you that, you really can't just try to erase what the fuck Dee Dee did to her. Because that's a deep statement. Even when you do wrong, you do not want to go to jail. Okay? Rather you hurt a person, sexually assaulted them, you rob money from the bank, you don't want to go to prison. She wanted to, she said it. I finally was free. I wanted to have friends. So that's why I said, I can't sit up here and just say, when it started off with Nick, it was a manipulation at first. I have to be in her head to know that I'm not in her head. I know she wanted friends. Why would she not want friends? She was a child. So I think it probably started off, let me get on the internet, see if I can meet some people. I can't get out of this house. Dee Dee won't let me go nowhere. So let me see if I can meet me some friends, get a boyfriend. You know, she's watching TV. Even though it's imaginary, Disney Channel, whatever, you still can see people dating, hugging, kissing. She's watched TV to see a man and a woman together, making out. Well, she's getting hormones, got hormones. She's getting urges down there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have to know for sure she deliberately lured that guy to just do that. Because when I look at it, they talked a long time. It wasn't 2 weeks in, hey, come kill my mother. No. From my understanding, they talked for over a year or so before he even touched down.
Right.
I just want everybody to just focus on.
That's a big crime to commit.
All the aspects, because it goes back to what I said earlier during this live. It's one thing begets another, you see. Dee Dee is the catalyst. Dee Dee is the start of this nonsense. Had Dee Dee not had such a fucked up warped mind, still telling where Gypsy Rose would be. See where I'm going? But Dee Dee was messed up. So now she's got this child. She's crazy as hell. Probably got boyfriend issues, daddy issues with her baby daddy. Who the hell knows what's really going on with them? Because see, that's something I'm not hearing either. What really happened between Dee Dee and that father? Because see, that might help us understand how Dee Dee got to this point of using this child as a prop. Because that is a part of her history too. The relationship with the father and Dee Dee. Because something went terribly wrong.
Do you think that Dee Dee used Gypsy at first to get the father's attention?
She could have, because she's needy. How do you wake up one day and start making a baby sick? She could have killed her. That's why I keep trying to tell people. In the end, Dee Dee would have killed her. If she thought for a second that girl was plotting to get rid of her or get out that house, she would have murdered her. Nobody will make me believe different. Oh, yeah, she'd have killed her.
Yeah. Well, I just think I've only seen a pattern with Gypsy. She used that girl in prison. She's used these guys, and that's all I've seen.
But where's she learning from? You act like
I know.
She was in a great house, and then she just started getting in trouble with the law. That's not that kind of story, honey.
I know, Queen. All I'm saying is I'm just afraid for this baby. That's all I'm saying.
So you don't think she's gonna be a good mother?
In my honest opinion,
Mm-hmm.
no, I
Okay.
don't. I'm
Okay.
sorry,
You ain't
but
gotta apologize to me. I'm just asking.
she's not ready to have a baby.
No, I don't think she's ready. No, I agree.
No, no
But
way.
would she hurt her child is the question.
Well, she's using this baby, is what I think.
Wow, that's deep. Well, she said she didn't plan to get pregnant, so we already know about that. You know you got to use birth control or a condom to try to not get pregnant. So if neither one was using a condom or a contraceptive, then she had to know she was going to get pregnant. Now she knew that.
Right.
Somebody had to tell her about condoms and birth control.
I just think it's for look.
Go ahead.
Gypsy likes attention.
Okay.
She got attention when she first came out. Then she got negative attention.
Okay.
Maybe her thinking that she got pregnant, it'd be the
See, that's what I was trying to
good
understand what you
attention.
were saying in the chat when you kept saying get attention. I thought, what is getting pregnant to get attention? And how you gonna use it for money? Nobody's just gonna give you what she want. I mean, how many baby showers can you have?
Well, no, what I'm saying is from a show, her TikTok, if she shows a baby.
Well, that's what I said. I can see a network offering her a show because now she's pregnant.
Right. That's what I meant. I just see it as, people will like to go on her TikTok, see her a couple shots of her baby, or magazine, what a first shot of her baby, interview, things like that.
Well, let me ask you something because I'm going to piggyback off of Miss Flora's comment. How could she be a good mom? Now, I want you all to think about that because lots of people have come from similar situations. They have gone off to great things, universities, become doctors, lawyers, engineers. They have married, had children, deemed to be good parents. So I'm going to start with Amanda. Oh, Amanda fell off. So that's just you. I'm sorry. So, Green Eye, Flora says, how can she be a good mom? Go ahead.
Well, like I said when I first got up here, I don't think she can. I think CPS should be there when she has that baby. Just kidding. But I don't think she's ready. Mentally, that girl is not stable. She's going to complain about she has to get up, change a diaper, get milk. She's going to have temper tantrums all day long. She's going to be the bigger baby than the baby is.
Daniel says they showed on the show how she said she couldn't get surgeries, nose, teeth, etc. if she was pregnant and wanted a morning after pill.
Okay.
So she was taking medicine to ovulate so she could get pregnant. Thought that was she said. Well, my thing is, who needs to take pills to get pregnant? All you got to do is don't have sex. I mean, don't take birth control. She's still young. She's fertile.
Why are you asking for the after morning pill?
That don't make sense.
What's the after morning pill for?
After you had sex, so you don't get pregnant.
So you were using that for your birth control?
I'm dead.
I can't. Yeah. See what I'm saying? I can keep up with her, which in return, that's my.
Hit the link. The link is in the chat.
She doesn't need to have a baby.
We're 3 hours in. Come on. Make it count. I don't know. So we're going from abuse to murder. Naturally, as I said, many people have been abused and they've turned out to be fabulous parents, citizens. So can it change? Can it be also different because you kill somebody that you can't be a good mother? I'll put that on the poll too. Good God Almighty.
So you want to ovulate, but then you want an after morning pill. I'm confused.
Say what? Read out what you say.
So she wanted medicine to ovulate. What now? And then she wanted an after morning pill.
I can't. Do you know how long my list is getting of more questions to ask as on the poll? I thought I was done an hour ago. I'm still writing.
See, to me, how many times have you taken that after morning pill? I need to know.
Good mother. Wait a minute. Pregnant for attention. What was the other one you all mentioned?
The after morning pill?
Flora says she deserves a chance, though. A kid can really make you become responsible. Sink or swim moment. Hopefully it turns out okay for the kid's sake. Yes, I hope so, too. Britt says, I don't know. It's not mathing for me. You off someone and you get to bring and raise another life. Well, Britt, it happens. Young people have murdered, killed people, and they've gone on to get pregnant, make children. Come on. Think about all the people who have murdered people as a young age or underage, went to prison, didn't go to prison, juvenile facilities, and now they've gotten somebody pregnant. Men murder people all the time, and they got tons of kids.
Now, let me ask you this then.
Maybe you don't consider it the same, but you're still a father and a child, even if you're not the sole person raising them.
Let me ask you this then.
Go ahead.
Well, how do you think Jeffrey Dahmer would be as a father? I'm just asking.
That's not really the same, now, is it?
A crime is a crime. I'm just
I know
asking.
what you're saying, but that's not. But you got to also think of the circumstances for which a person murders a person. Because think about the people who get abused and beat up by husbands and wives, and they unalive a person. Are you still going to say they're unfit to raise a child or raise the current children?
Well, Jeffrey was abused.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it's still not the same as
Munchausen.
Yeah, you're being groomed for a long time. And that's just not the same as just going out here meeting men and deliberately luring them back to your apartment. That's not the same.
No, she just lured one back to kill her mother.
I'm going to put that down. Can a murderer? Ooh, Jesus. It ain't enough hours in the day for all this. Be a good parent. Well, guess we'll find out. Oh, wow. Oh, yes, Kat. We will know soon. Sure will. Someone says, bring me back to Queen's question. Are we giving a pass to anyone who offs their abuser? Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Every situation is different. I can't compare what she went through with Dee Dee to Jeffrey Dahmer. To me, they are not. You're talking about something that started in childhood. This is why I keep saying that's the reason why I think the judge gave her the 10 years.
Well, okay, then put it towards the.
She just went and killed her mother. She was a child groomed.
Okay, forget Dahmer and put the Menendez boys in it. If you're going to go by what Gypsy says, because her mother's not here, go by what the Menendez boys say, since their parents aren't here either.
But we have proof. But see, the difference between Menendez and Gypsy, there's proof. There's documentations of her avoiding law enforcement, her avoiding CPS. That stuff's not made up, see. That's not made up. She moved that girl around because she knew somebody was catching on to Gypsy Rose's age and all that. So that's facts. That's not made up.
Yeah, and all the doctors who said the mother is a lunatic and they should have called. No, none of the doctors called.
But that's the point I'm trying to make. Even if they called, Gypsy, Dee Dee knew to get the fuck on. Because once a doctor starts questioning stuff, you now know, okay, they're caught. They're on to me. Walk out. Poof. She disappears. What can you do? You go, look, she's gone. She knew the move. That's why she said she was moving around all the time. That's why she kept moving around. So that's proof that she made this kid sick. She made her sick. She's lying to doctors. She's promoting surgeries and different things. My thing is who she is today. Does she have these ways from DD? Naturally, she will have some manipulation in her because that's all she's been taught. She's been taught this from 8 to 21, 22. It's a long ass time to be groomed. Now, you go to prison, you're still being groomed. You're still being manipulated. You are
You're
going to be
still,
a manipulator to survive. Now,
yeah, prison is teaching you manipulation as well.
say what?
Prison teaches you manipulation as well.
You got to survive in there. That's common sense. I don't care if you
So
made
what,
one mistake and end up in prison. You have got to know how to maneuver in there so you can keep your fucking head on top of your neck. But the point is, she's out now. Who is she now out here? That's the point. Who is she now? We got a whole nother life coming into play. That's the point. Who is she now?
she hasn't been out long enough to have change,
Well,
in my opinion.
I agree with that. But the point is, what can you do? Because I think what's about to happen, she and Ken about to get a rude awakening. That's what I think.
Yeah. Let's just hope I hope it's not Kim's though.
Say what, honey?
I hope it's not Kim's baby.
You hope? Why? Hey, don't go there. He signed up for that bullshit, Piana. Come on. You went and got a married woman. Listen, you got with a married woman from prison you don't know a fucking thing about. So whatever bad happens, that's on his ass. I don't feel sorry for him at all.
No, I think he's paid his dues.
He should have stayed out. He paid his dues for what?
For taking her on.
Hey, everybody in the story is grown. Let's make that clear.
Yeah.
We're not talking about 16, 15-year-olds. Everybody in the story is grown. So when you went dilly-dallying around at the prison, that was a choice. You found out she was cheating, that was a choice. You cut her off and now you're back. That makes no sense. She's married to somebody else. That makes no sense. You now got her pregnant, she's still married. That makes no sense.
You know what? I didn't mean Ken. I meant Ryan's. I hope it's not Ryan's.
You hope it's Ryan's.
I hope it's not Ryan's. That's who I meant to say.
No, it's not. She ain't but 11 weeks pregnant.
Okay. That's who I meant to say. I think Ryan's already...
She left him allegedly in March.
Okay.
Because you know she excuse me, snacking. She's a walkie-talkie, so she likes to tell stuff.
Yeah.
So you're talking about not quite 4 months. 3 months. 12 weeks is 3 months.
Well, Ken don't have a pot to pee in, so what's he gonna do?
So that's what I was saying. Where does he work? Where does he live? You got to remember, months ago she had just moved back with her parents. So how are you now walking around with this guy after you said you're taking it slow? And then did you leave your parents' house when you got knocked up? Where do they stay now? All this is whirlwind. This nonsense you got going on.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Well, I haven't seen that she's changed at all, and I don't trust the whole thing. I don't trust nothing she does. That's just my opinion. Period.
Let me talk to somebody in the chat. There's nothing you can do about a person moving away and not answering phone calls. Once a doctor let her know something suspicious, she get up and move out of state. That's why she was moved from Missouri from Louisiana. You all forgot she lived in Missouri?
And during Katrina, supposedly.
Can't go find somebody if they're in an entirely different jurisdiction. She didn't just move down the street or move and you know what I'm saying, in the same state. She moved out of state. That's how people get away with fraud. They move from state to state. That's what she did. So who's going to investigate her if you go out looking and you don't see her name in anything? See what I'm saying? You don't see Dee Dee's name in anything. Her name doesn't come up. Getting any type of aid or welfare or whatever. Excuse me. She doesn't work. They run your name. Social Security number, IRS, nothing comes back. That's why she moved out of state. She knew what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing.
And she got that house built for her.
Yeah, Habitat. Remember?
Yeah.
Habitat built the house.
And so I guess that Gypsy did keep her butt down, or she wouldn't have the house to be built.
Say what now?
Her mom probably told Gypsy, said, you won't have a place to lay your head if you don't keep your butt in that wheelchair.
Yeah. Well, my thing is, when it first started out, Gypsy assumed she was sick. You know what I'm saying? She's a kid, so I can't blame her for that. No, she's a child. But the thing is well, like I said, people are manipulated every day. Maybe not to the severity of what Dee Dee was doing to. They may not being abused like what Dee Dee was doing to Gypsy. But the point is, children are manipulated every day. Come on, and they can walk, they can talk, skip, jump. Children are abused every day, and they don't tell people. They see all types of crazy nonsense going on in their house, drug use, drug trafficking. They don't tell anybody. So children are manipulated every day. So I'm never going to blame no child because of what their parents did to them.
Yeah.
And even when she found out years later that she could walk, she's still under the guise of this human being. She didn't know how to go out and navigate and say to somebody, hey, I'm being abused. Hey, my mother's using me. Hey, I can walk. Something in her made her not tell. What? I don't know. Only thing I can think of is fear.
Well, when she got caught jumping on the trampoline with the other children, excuse me, because if I was there, I'd have been like going, Dee Dee, you want to tell me something? When did you say something? I would have. That's just me.
Adult?
Yes.
Okay, well, who saw her jumping up and down on the trampoline?
Well, as soon as Dee Dee came and saw her jumping, that's when Gypsy sat down immediately.
Okay, but...
And the other kids had parents there.
Okay, well, so it was on the parents to say call the state Department of Human Services to say this lady is obviously using her child.
Exactly.
That's all.
I would have asked Dee Dee immediately, and I would have said something. That's weird. Nope.
Well, let's be truthful. When you look back at life and what you see right now going on in the world, I've said this 1,000 times in my videos. People uphold people in foolishness and wrongdoing all the time. There's always a witness to something, but they won't talk. So think about what you're saying. I keep telling everybody that we're going to keep blaming her as a child for what was not her fault. What about all these grown people who know somebody's murdered somebody, abusing somebody, sexually assaulting somebody, and they don't do shit?
That's what I was asking. I was like, why?
I never heard anything about the trampoline.
Yeah. There's a trampoline incident.
No, I hadn't heard.
Yeah.
No.
You can bet your butt I'd have been going, Dee Dee, you need to start talking to me. Your child can jump on a trampoline.
Right. Well, you got to remember one thing about Dee Dee Blanchard.
Yeah.
She was a good liar. She was a good manipulator. And it's no telling what she said, if this incident is true, what she said to the parents about why her child was jumping on that damn trampoline. You can believe that. And the person could have sat there to him or herself, knowing that they were being fed bullshit. But the point is, if all this is true, they didn't go say anything. That's the point. Because I listen at true crime till I'm blue in the face. And the one thing I have come to realize, there is always, or at least a high percentage of an eyewitness, somebody pillow talked, somebody helped before, or somebody helped afterward. So this will be no different. Somebody always holds the secret. So now we're talking about two holding the secret, plus now you're saying other eyewitnesses seeing her jump up and down on the trampoline.
Yes.
Okay. Where did you hear that information?
From Gypsy.
From what? From the Lifetime documentary?
I think it was before that. I will find it. I'll send it to your email.
Say what now?
It was before that documentary.
Before the documentary. You mean before she got out of prison?
Yeah. It was
I didn't know who she was before then.
yeah. I'll send it to you.
Well,
because I thought that the whole time, but I didn't hear it in the. I'll send it to you.
And I'm going to say this too, because I don't want people to get me misconstrued during this live. Everything about Gypsy is not no one-way street, because some of you might want to try to make it like that, and you can't, because she started out under the guise as a child by another human. So you can't blame her for anything that happened as a minor. You just can't. It don't matter when she realized she could walk. She's still a child. And children, as I said, they live in fear of people all the time. What your child might do, another child won't. See what I'm saying? You can't judge her according to what you think she should have done. She's a child. Then you have to also count. She still got a child like mine, even when she became an adult and still living in her house. The point is, this woman wasn't trying to let this girl maneuver as an adult. She knew she was going to keep getting pubic hair, facial hair, whatever. She knew eventually that girl's going to have desires to want to be with a boyfriend. That's common sense. So in the end, this was not going to work. That's what I'm telling you. She would have hurt Gypsy to keep the lie going. The mother was sick. She's used to getting money. She's used to getting attention, gifts, free trips. So long as I can ride this horse ride out, donkey ride, I'm going to ride it out at all costs. If that means even killing this kid, killing this grown kid, hell yeah, I will. She's a psychopath. She was a psychopath. And more than likely, Gypsy has her ways. It's not to say it's going to be extreme, but one can say, well, Queen, we've already seen extreme because she had that boy kill her mother. So I'll backtrack. Okay, that's about as extreme as you can get. Murder. From, you know what I'm saying, being abused, groomed. We just have to pray that she don't do anything else brash, such as hurt her kid or hurt somebody else. That's
exactly
it. And I don't see anybody really should even been tangled up with her any damn way. Just because she's got a torrid history and she needs to learn herself. She needs to be, in tune with herself. You can't be in tune with self, sleeping with folks and running up under folks, and you need time to breathe. She hasn't had time to breathe. She's been held under somebody's captivity for years. Now she's gone to penitentiary. You're still on a schedule. When to get up, when to go to sleep, when to eat. See what I'm saying? She needs free time to do what she wants, which is what you do when you're single. You can walk around your apartment naked. You can fry an egg naked. You can let the water run over the fucking bathtub. She ain't had that luxury. She goes from one box to the other. That's why people who live this way, they are runners. Think about it. Why do you think she left Ryan? Because what did she say? I don't want to be controlled. And I understood that. I totally got that. And she had every right to say that. But the problem is, you just left prison. You left Dee Dee to prison, to Ryan, to your parents' house. And now you're going to set up house with Ken, if you haven't already. That's 5 boxes. 5 boxes in your 37 years of breathing. She don't know how to navigate. And that's what's going to be her problem. That's probably going to be her downfall.
Yeah.
She will be a runner.
But when you have that baby, you can't run.
Oh, you can run with a baby. Dee Dee did it.
Well, yeah. That's true.
You know, Queen makes you think.
You called me
You know,
Queen.
hey, P.I., you know I'm going to make you think when you get up here.
I know.
I work, y'all. I don't try to be out, forgive me if I seem rude or mean, but I always want people to stand account on what they speak on. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's true.
I want you to stand account that you sure this is what you think? Because as they say, there's always some wiggle room in your commentary, but I want you to complete a sentence, complete a thought process, because in the end, we don't know her. It is not to say she can't be a fabulous mother, even though she has, yes, plotted the death of her mother. Some of you would disagree and say, no, Queen, I don't think you could be a great person and plot the death of your mother. See, everything's about perception. But there are other people who have gone out here and committed crimes, and they have turned out to be really good people.
Well, I need an example.
It's just your perception that a murderer can't be a good mother or a good father.
I don't know.
Because I know people, I know somebody who died, a year or so ago? They murdered a man. And then karma came back. And some might say the devil took his daughter. He ended up becoming a preacher. See where I'm going? He died of a heart attack. I had not heard anything negative about him since he, came out of prison, changed his life. He seemed really nice, friendly. Hey, it's all about your interpretation.
Yeah, because they are grown. Gypsy's mind is not fully developed. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know that. I know it's not. But what I'm saying is, we can agree that right now she doesn't need a child. I don't think she needs a dog or cat. I've talked about that in a live yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't agree with people getting pets either. To me, getting a pet should never be a substitute for a human. Some may disagree.
Right.
I don't think so. You don't go get a cat or dog because you're lonely. Oh, I need some company. No. And when you're dealing with somebody who's got this type of history, I definitely don't still recommend a dog, because let's be truthful. She was just on an episode of that Love Lockup shit, arguing with Ryan about a damn dog. So now we're going from a dog to a whole human. Now you think about that for a minute.
Yeah.
Danielle says she doesn't want to be controlled, yet motherhood controls a lot of your life. Yes, Paris, she can run from the baby. That's what I'm telling P.I. Dee Dee did it. Dee Dee ran around all over the bottom states with a child, lying and manipulating people. So it can be done. It has been done. People use their children all the time for selfish reasons. I think most of you know this. What we have to pray is that she will not be Dee Dee Blanchard. That's the fear. That's the fear.
I think a lot of people think the child is in danger. I think that's what a lot of people fear.
Well, what y'all got to remember is she ain't had the baby yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's let her get up in some months and have the baby. Now, she start acting out in the next couple of months. Then somebody could say, hey, somebody need to watch that heifer when it's time for that baby to hit that table. That's it. Britt says, but the fact she wanted out because of control and not being herself leads me to be worried, because a baby can do the same thing, just different circumstances.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. It must be hot as hell outside.
It's hot here.
Yeah, because I just got a
I'm by the beach.
This bookstore called McKay's, they just said 23 people treated for heat illnesses at anniversary event. Well, if you're standing out in that hot ass heat right now, I guess so.
Yeah.
But I wanted to go out and look for a lamp, but maybe not.
Not today.
Not today.
Not
Well,
today.
there ain't gonna never be a perfect time. I've been going out at night trying to shop. I'm just as exhausted if I was in the damn heat.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a heat advisory, but I'm right by the beach. So
okay.
Yeah, I don't go out unless it's at night between 7 and 8.
Yeah.
And then
well, I was out a week or so ago, out later than that, and 1 minute it's a breeze coming through, and then the next minute the breeze will stop.
Yeah.
And I was like wringing wet. I was just like, man, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's bad.
You got to literally go from a car, from a structure to a car to a structure. There can't be any lingering. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
In the heat.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's night or day. You can't just be standing out. You got to be going from your car into the grocery store. Grocery store back to the car. You can't even be out there trying to sit up and load up 15 bags of groceries. Yeah, you're going to start sweating.
definitely.
Well, PI.
Well, I appreciate you letting me say
Go
what I
ahead.
wanted
You
to
good.
say.
You good. You good.
I always enjoy talking to you.
I do too. But where do you see this going, honey?
Oh,
You ain't jump off yet. We ain't talked about Casey. This is almost a 4-hour live.
So
I never thought we were gonna be here.
I would just rather her.
Okay, let's go. Let's do this with Gypsy Rose. Do you see a future with her and Ken and this baby?
No, I don't.
Do you see him marrying her? Oops, that's the question I meant to put down. I know it was something we was talking. God, my list is long. I have already made several shorts today. Do you know how many shorts I've made today already on this subject?
I see him marrying her only if there's money in it for him.
Okay, but he knows there's money in it for him. She's already made money.
Well, okay, then he's in it. Okay. And if that's his baby.
Is he using her? Is he using her for financial gain, Miss Lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, using her.
He didn't want her when she was broke and busted. Remember?
Okay.
That's what I said. He'd like to have her now because, bringing in some coins.
Okay.
That's why I said they will use this baby to bring some coins. They want their own show, probably.
Okay. Yes, very true about the shower. You take a shower, it's like pointless. You might as well just go out funky. Yeah, if you haven't had a bath, you might as well not even take a shower and go out. But see, I'm the type, I don't want to put on clean clothes if I haven't had a shower.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be lingering out in the heat, like people who ride trains and buses and stuff, you're going to be miserable as hell. So, Taylor Casey, her mother never revealed to the public that she is biologically a male. How do you feel about that?
Well, I hadn't really been keeping up with this case, but what I heard is that. Well, wait a minute now.
Yeah, baby.
I have an opinion here.
Well, you got an opinion. Well, first you just said, hey, I didn't know nothing about it, so I thought you was going to say, well, I can't say nothing.
No, I do. Okay, so the male and female thing, here's my thing. A missing person is a missing person. First of all. Now, if she identifies as a woman, which she went there as, right?
I can't hear you. She did what now?
She went there as a woman because that's how she identifies.
You better hope she went there as a woman because I don't know. Don't give me the lie. Shit. Damn.
Oh, so we don't even know if she went as a woman.
That's a good point. Because I was looking on the site trying to see if this site was catered to all women. Just like you trying to tell people, don't put stuff out that you don't know is true. We have not heard that somebody said this was all women. Because when I looked at the commercial, the advertisement on the news, I could have sworn I saw men swinging and chanting, sitting on the floor. So see, I'm looking on the site. I don't see anything that says all women resort.
Okay, now wait a minute.
Retreat,
Because what I have seen, I did see a little bit of it. So I'm not too ignorant to it. But I did see men.
Where did you see men at?
Like, okay, on their website that they have, that website.
Yeah.
There's men on there, so.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see like a woman here, a woman there, men guest speakers. So I just assume it was all inclusive, race, this, that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So you don't know. So the big question is, did she appear as a woman or as a man?
Yeah.
Or as both? You don't know either, right?
Because Taylor can go both ways, and she wore a lot of button-up shirts. The one thing I noticed about her dress attire, it was like button-up shirts and then skirts. So the top looks like a guy, and the bottom is exemplifying a woman. She also will wear lipstick, so they'll lead one to believe, oh, this is a woman. But I don't know if her gender had anything to do with
going missing.
Jumped off at the resort. Did somebody see something? Did she say something out of the way? Did she make a pass? Somebody made a pass at her. Did somebody get offended thinking it was a man? I don't know, because these people I don't think are telling the truth at the resort. That's where I have a problem. I don't think they're being truthful.
So my first thing is I would go to the staff. That's where my attention would go to. What about them?
Well, the mother said they was evasive.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe did they go to a bar?
I mean, my thing is you can't get blood from a turnip.
That's true.
Yeah, can't make people talk.
Can you go off from this resort and go to other
Yeah,
bars?
walk down the beach. Brian Hinton showed it. He showed the hotel in the background. He said right back there is a resort. So that means you just walk your ass up there and get probably to the mainland.
Well, then what if she, however he or she went as, decided to go as he or she wanted to go as up to the bar?
Oh Lord. Yes.
And met up with somebody rickety racky.
Yeah. Yeah, but then let's go here. She went up to the bar, met with foul play, then how did the phone get near the resort in the water 50 feet down? Mm-hmm. See, Queen is chopped up every which way but loose. And everything comes back to the obvious. Passport missing. Credit card, no mention of that found. Don't hear that she had a purse. She's known to carry a purse from what I've seen in her pictures. And that phone being in the water. So you got to make it make sense. Why am I going to leave without my phone? How's the phone going to get back to the ashram if I get kidnapped and lured up near the mainland? Stay woke.
Was there
have to walk all the way down that long stretch of beach just to bury a fucking phone? That's too much work.
Was there a party cruise like we have here on our beach? We get on a boat and there's like a party. No?
We haven't heard of anything. These people aren't really telling anything. So see, you don't really know what happened. I said that earlier. I said, did somebody pull up in their own private yacht, boat, whatever? You don't know nothing. Because ain't nobody want to talk.
Right. I don't think the sex had anything to do with missing person because you don't know what he or she went as.
Okay. So what about race?
About race?
Yeah, the mother feels like it's a factor in investigation because of her race and her gender. Could it be that she was a black? Maybe she was the only black person at the resort.
Was it? Where did this take place, Queen?
In the Bahamas, dear.
Okay, that don't even make sense to me.
Why not?
Why would race be a factor?
Well, let's say it was all white people. You know, a lot of black people don't do yoga. It's not saying that black people don't do yoga, but you get where I'm going.
I don't believe that at all.
No, I'm just saying. Listen. Who's
that does
to
not
say
make sense.
that the people in the class? No, just listen to what I'm saying now. What if the yoga retreat was all white, mainly white people? Somebody had a problem with her. See, we don't know because ain't nobody talking. We don't really know if it was all women, mainly women, mainly men. We don't know nothing.
You mean none of those yoga people are talking?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Listen, listen to me. Listen to what I'm going to tell you. The person that called her mother is named Hannah, allegedly. When the mother and the Miss Williams got to the resort, Hannah wouldn't even come out to talk to the lady. Who calls a person long distance and say their child is missing, and then the parents show up, you won't even talk to them? They said they didn't even want them talking to the guests or the tourists. The police acted like they didn't want them talking to the guests or tourists. Now you take it from there. That's the mother's perception. She said she felt like they were giving her a script when they talked.
Yeah, that's just to protect their business.
But how are you protecting your business when Taylor was your business? See, they're sending a mixed message. I'm not going to tell you that one of you went missing, but I'm still don't got no respect for you not to tell you that she's missing, because I would treat you the same if you went missing. So it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, but they're thinking, okay, one person's missing. We don't want to bring attention to it and have 20 people want a refund.
Well, guess what? They're talking about it now. You know damn well they're talking about it online, and anybody with sense, no, stay your ass from down there. Because they said people left when they found out she went missing. People went and got their ass out of there. So we don't even know how many people left the damn ashram.
As they should have.
As they should have. You damn right. Well, Britt, that's a good point. Who were those people? Hope they have been found and spoken with. Hey, We ain't heard that nobody else is missing from down there.
And you would think that they would get the roster or whatever it's called of the people that took the classes as well to find out if they even spoke to Taylor.
Well, that's what you should want to do. But if you're trying to cover up wrongdoing and then don't want to bring attention, ask not to lose money, you're not going to go look for shit. I won't be surprised if data has been deleted from surveillance cameras to show what the hell went on. See,
right?
You got them on the trees, on the verandas. What do you got? Because they got a little area in there that looks like a little courtyard where you can walk, and it's got little signs. So, do you have cameras? How elaborate is the camera system? She says that the Royal Bahama police haven't even looked at the damn camera work. That some other security company looked at the footage.
So what are they trying to say? She walked into the ocean.
So I would say, I would have told them, well, I want to know, what did you see? I would have left till I saw the camera work myself. Don't tell me who looked at it. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see my child coming in with her luggage. Let me see if my child left with a purse, a pocketbook, what? Let me see her going to her tent, zipping it up, coming out the tent. Let me see. Don't tell me what somebody's doing. Show me. That's what I would have told the police. That's what I would have told the resort. So when I got to the resort, that'd been the first thing I said. Let me see my child walking in here with her luggage. And how many times she exited out of there, and any footage of her on this compound.
And they won't show anything.
She said the only people looked at it was the security company, whoever they are, but not the police. I don't know. I'm just repeating what she said.
So, did she speak with the security company?
I didn't hear that she did. She just said they looked at the footage. See, well, it's more open-ended. It's more open-ended content.
Right. Huh. And she can't bring any detective or anything with her, right?
She just brought another woman with her. She just brought a friend, her child's friend.
Okay.
But that's what the GoFundMe is for. Flyers, posters, that, private investigator, something like that. That's what they need the money for.
Right. Yeah, that's a good idea. But it does need to be one that can that knows the laws. So it needs to be a specialty.
Well, what we need is for the Royal Bahamans to say, FBI, you're welcome to come down. FBI says they can't get involved unless they get an invite, just like here in the United States, same game. So that's going to be a problem because naturally they don't want them poking into Bahamian business.
No, they don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nope. They want that to go away. Trust me.
But I tell you what, if they want to, let me tell you something. See, what people don't understand is that people can talk bad about America if they want, but America can really get really ignorant if they wanted to. America could ground every fucking airplane if they wanted to. And tell you can't fly out of here. How about that? So the Bahamas and Jamaica don't really understand the power that we hold. If we could ground them 9/11, we could ground them every day.
True.
How about that?
Yeah.
Out of here, in here. So that's what I would tell the Bahamas and Jamaica and anybody else that's holding our people hostage and don't want to play by the rules. I'll play. We can play too. We won't send another fucking plane over there. So you worried about tourism? Can't no American go unless they're going to row a boat over there. See, two can play the game.
Right.
So I tell people that don't ever underestimate what Americans can do. We can stop all of this foolishness right now. You can't fly out of here. Now, you want to go get a TikTok boat, roll your ass over to Jamaica, Bahamas, knock yourself out. But you not going to fly no plane in or out of here. And that's what I would tell that government. Since you all got a problem with crime and you can't be forthright, can't nobody come in and can't nobody damn go out. See how quick somebody would start talking.
Yeah. There goes your livelihood.
There goes your livelihood.
Yep.
Because they want American money. Everybody wants American money. People can hate us all day, but they want our money.
True.
And that's what you don't want, is to get it riled up over here. And we say, well, since you all got a problem with us and you like, hiding secrets and killing us, we ain't got to come over there. These Americans have to find their own way over there, but they ain't getting ready to fly a plane. They can stop it. That's what people don't understand. This can be stopped. All of this foolishness.
No trips and no tips.
No, nothing.
That's what I think.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
After this, just stop it. Just say, we're not flying any planes to the islands. You're welcome to go get there the best way you can. But it ain't no more flying out. So if you're an American, we giving you till this date to get your ass back over here on a boat, cruise ship. See where I'm going?
Yep.
But you ain't coming back. Ain't no more flying on airplanes directly to like Florida, to the Bahamas, Jamaica, Turks, Caicos, whatever. Put a stop to it. Just put a stop to it. See, that's what people don't understand. Two can play the game. America don't have to allow no more planes to fly to no damn island, nowhere. And see how you like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't go.
Because this situation is out of control. All the BS going on with Mexico is out of control. Now we got this Jamaica, Bahamas bullshit with all these crazy stories. It's time to put an end to it. And that would be your best thing to do. Stop all flights going in or out. And if it's going to get fucked up, they'll be doing this cruise ships the same.
Right. I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
If you just did that for 2 weeks, somebody is talking.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Yes, Britt. Yes, maybe they'll take it seriously. Exactly. Sometimes you have to force the hand. Because you know what's the old saying? Talk is cheap. As we said, growing up, I can show you better than I can tell you. So talk is cheap. Next, no more flights going out of here to no island. If you are in any of these places, we recommend you get your ass on a plane within 2 weeks. If not, you're stuck over there.
And that's the sad part. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, we'd be looking for you.
We're in bad shape. The world's in bad shape.
If someone came up missing here from the Bahamas at a yoga resort, we would look for you.
Yeah, because somebody going to be calling saying, hey, my sister's over there. My brother's over there. My sister came to America and I can't hear from her. You're right. Eventually, somebody will get wind of the story.
Yeah. Sad.
But it's the world we're in. Nobody gives a fuck.
Right.
I've told people, I'm not fascinated with nothing outside of the United States. I don't mind going somewhere traveling, but frankly, I told myself, one, I'm scared of water. I gotta go over water to get to Europe. I gotta go to water to get to Mexico. I gotta go over water to get to the Turks, to South America, this where fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because guess what? You can't swallow all that water.
You're right.
I don't give a damn. You could be an Olympic swimmer. Good luck with that.
You can't swim it either.
You ain't swimming in the middle of no ocean nowhere.
Nope.
Because first you got to get your ass out that airplane.
Yeah.
And she's going down, 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 down. Now you got to make your way out the plane and up to the top of the surface. Child, bye. And have you seen how deep water goes down in the ocean? You're talking about thousands of feet of water, at least. Who got the strength to float, swim all the way up to the top? I don't even think about it. I think about it even flying in America. I love to fly, but once I look out and see all that water, I pull the shade down. I've done it going home to Chicago. I've done it 3 years ago this month, going to New Orleans. Lifted that damn thing and I saw that nasty brown water. I pulled that shade right back down. I said, hell with this. Damn Lake Pontchartrain is disgusting. Brown water. No. Even seeing that bridge, 2 bridges going out of New Orleans to get to the other little cities. I told somebody, how can I get out of here? Oh, you got to go over the bridge. I said, ain't no other way. No. Oh, hell no. 22 minutes, 26 minutes long. Each way. So imagine driving 22 minutes straight on a fucking bridge. You hear me?
We have one of those here.
So you got to pray that the bridges are built properly, because that's a lot of water and time to go over a bridge. 26 minutes. I don't give a damn if it's 15 minutes is too long to go straight on a bridge driving. 15 minutes. You can go from county to county in 15 minutes.
Yep. We have the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, and somebody just went over it. And I hate the bridges and the tunnels here. I'm always scared the tunnel's going to bust.
I've already seen that one video recently of that damn lady. It's a black lady driving a truck, and it got stuck because somebody swerved on the other lane, and she was going one direction, and then her truck went over, and she's hanging and dangling. Lord, it took everything out of me to watch that video about 2-3 weeks ago. I thought I was going to pass out.
Bless her heart. She was like,
She finally went back on the lower level. Her and the news reporter went. She hadn't went since she had that incident. And I thought, she's better than me. I wouldn't want to go nowhere near the top or the bottom.
Nope. I would have sought other employment.
Well, she might be on unemployment. Probably getting therapy too. So let's go here before we check out here, baby. What's your take on the mother waiting until weeks now to tell us that she's a guy, a male? How do you feel about her mother not revealing that in the beginning?
Well,
West Virginia, I worry way too much. No, I'm a realist. I know that if I go on a plane right now, I can't suck down the ocean. That's just common sense. Can't suck it down. But I still fly. But I really don't want to ride on no 22-minute ass bridge crossing no water.
Yeah, and by the way, don't forget Boeing is having a lot of problems. All their planes are grounded?
I don't know. I hadn't heard.
Yeah, because they're having problems with their planes.
Well, I can at least say over the years, we can at least say we haven't had a lot of airplanes falling out of the sky versus foreign planes falling out of the sky. You get what I'm saying? But it's not to say that we can't have a plane fall out of the sky here in America. But I can at least say with all the most tragic accidents of airplanes, they have not been in America.
Yeah.
Knock on wood. All I'm saying is going over water. It's one thing to ride a bridge over water, but I don't really want to ride 30 minutes on no damn bridge over no damn water. That's mine. That's me. That's too long. Well, West Virginia, maybe it's not my time if I didn't get on the bridge. How about that?
Hey, what if it's the pilot's time?
Well, right. Exactly. That's a good way of looking at it.
You're right.
Yeah. Just like that one, the airline a couple years ago, it was over there in one of them Asian countries, and he deliberately took the plane down in the damn water. So I'm like you. How's it my time? Because you decided to take the plane down in the damn water. I didn't tell you to take this plane down. Shit.
I can't help it if you're depressed. Wait a minute.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Getting on the bridge, all that. That's what I'm saying. That's a long stretch. 20 minutes of driving on top of a bridge. The average person don't drive on no bridge for no 20 damn minutes over water. Now, come on. Now, everybody go over bridges every day. And I ain't been on no bridge that went for no 20 damn minutes. Go ahead, finish what you're saying. How do you feel about the mother not letting the public know when she first came to the news that is a biological male?
Well, I think that if we're to look for a missing person, we do need to know what we're looking for.
That's true. That's very true.
So I think she should have said something earlier.
Yeah, I know. I believe that too.
So you're making me believe that you're ashamed.
Worst case scenario, let's say they found a body. You've told people it's a girl, female. Well, I'm not going to call you, right?
Right. You're exactly right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We don't even know what we're looking for.
Oh, my God. I'm dead.
I'm saying. I feel like she might have been. I mean, was she ashamed or what?
I don't know. Maybe she just didn't want to call her he because he identifies as a she. But you have to think of a worst case scenario. If your child was kidnapped or drowned or unalived herself, somebody's got to call you to say it's a she, but it can't call you if it's a she because you told us it's a she and it's a he.
Right.
Now I'm starting to get myself confused.
I know what you mean.
Burnt Popcorn says she may have been worried the Bahamian authorities would be prejudiced. Well, she's already claiming that now. But the thing is, you've got to be truthful because you're talking about a missing person. You don't have time to worry about what somebody's going to think and not think. You got to think of a worst case scenario. If a body floats, if a body's found, you're telling people it's a girl, they ain't going to call you.
What if you see a girl?
Why would I call you to say I found a man and you told me you got a woman missing? I'm not going to call you.
What if you see a girl?
People who say they got a man missing. See what I'm saying?
What if you have a girl coming in on the camera with her luggage, but you see a boy leaving?
Shit, I'm dead. Girl, bye.
All right,
I'm going to need a fifth of whiskey out of this lobster.
Bye, queen.
Oh, shit. But you're right. Because I've seen the way she dressed. She dresses like a mixture of both. All the content they show of her, she's either wearing a t-shirt and a long skirt or a button-up men's like shirt and a long skirt and lipstick. It's confusing. She's got very strong features. Well, we now know why she's a man. But it's not to say a woman. I was watching a woman on one of these reality shows. She was thin, muscular, strong jawline, but allegedly a woman. You see where I'm going? Everybody's built different. Everybody's built different. That's why I didn't never say she was a man at first, because I didn't think she was a man. I just said, oh, she got some strong features. But it wasn't until I was looking at the videos in the YouTube queue and the comments were all men, girl. It was guys who were calling her out. Hey, y'all need to go look for a man. And I kept saying, why are you saying that's mean? Now look at me. Hell, it is a man. Now what, she done fell off. Y'all just keep falling off. Britt said, if you are not ashamed, just be honest and help everyone find your loved one. It's hard to believe that media Ellie didn't want her stating the details. Ellie don't care about that, Britt. I don't think Ellie or nobody would tell her not that. You got to remember something. Law enforcement and the media don't know she was a man. How would they know that? They don't even know who she is. You got to tell them that's a man. And that's another thing I've questioned. So please watch my shorts. Matter of fact, I'll probably play them before I leave. Shit, I'm confused. Damn. Police and the media only know what you report or what they find out. You heard Brian Enton pause and kind of stammer when she said transgender, because he probably didn't know. Because we don't know what Brian Enton knew before doing the live. So let's ask that question. Did anybody, News Nation, know that was a damn man all along and they never said nothing? So my thing would be, they would say, well, we can't mislead our followers and viewers because you don't want the truth out that that's a transgendered person. So I'd like to know, did the news know that was a man and just went ahead and just kept saying it's a woman because that's what the mother wanted? Colette, I don't want you to think nothing ill about what I have to say about you and your child, but you had no right to hide that factor about your child. Because your child is missing and you want the truth to come out about your child. You want justice if there's foul play. Lying to the public that that's a man, that that's a woman was wrong. That was just outright wrong. Now you get on Brian Enton 2-3 weeks later and tell us, oh, I think it's a discrimination because she black and she transgender. Well, you know, he probably sitting up here about to spit soda pop out. Like, what did you just say? I know you ain't just said that's a boy. And just imagine if she didn't tell the Royal Bahamian police. So now they're looking at her sideways. Oh, it's a man we looking for? Oh, damn. Now imagine the ashram didn't know it was a man. See, this bag got too many damn holes in it. This bag got too many holes in it. It's bad, man. This real bad. I don't care what anybody says. People can argue till they blue. Because most people know how I rock. I ain't getting ready to argue with you about no foolishness. She should have never kept this secret. It don't matter that you worried about them being discriminatory. The truth will set you free. That's how I look at it. And hiding something this major, to me, was just, ain't no words. Ain't no words. Because there's no way you had to tell the truth, because most people would have went on and said in the news broadcast, we're looking for a black transgendered woman. Why not tell it? All the other news stories say transgender. So why would somebody want to keep this a secret? I can't see the news saying that. And the news will say, we ain't about to get caught up in no fraud by lying and saying it's a woman and it ain't. Kat says, I mean, they would need to know if it's male or female, biologically common sense. Yes, the flyer needs 2 different pics on it, man and woman. Oh, green-eyed. Green-eyed, are you done up here or what? Shit, up there. I'm drowning up here. They'd be all over that, I think. Yeah. Somebody says not News Nation, that's for sure. So what about News Nation? This is a hot mess. This is a hot damn mess. Since everybody's been in the chat, if you hadn't heard the content, let's play it again for everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining me. Welcome to the Bot XL. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $McAngie129 Cash App. Stickers and chats are always welcome during the live stream. We are now getting ready to replay the audio of the News Nation broadcast. Thank you for your time. And thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you for helping the Queen reach her goal of 16,000 subs. I'm going to go in here and check just to see where I stand. Oh, Lord. This story is, Jesus Christ. What a doozy. Hold on, everybody. Still doing my post. Take my post pertaining to Gypsy Rose as well. Let's see where you all got the Queen. I'm getting about tongue-tied up here. Sweet Jesus. You're welcome, honey. The Queen is 8 subscribers short of reaching 16,000 subscribers. Pass the content along. Thank you.
It's been I've been home over a week and a half and haven't heard not one word from them.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing. I would like,
Thank you.
Normally with these cases we cover in the U.S., the detective would, again, at least even if they don't have an update, be reaching out, trying to provide some comfort. I mean, do you have any idea why, Colette, why they would suddenly just almost be ghosting you?
Well, my idea is really saddens me. When I think about it, I'm like, why wouldn't I hear from them? You know, this is my child. I feel like my child had 2 strikes against her when she went over there to that yoga retreat. And one was that she's Black, and the other is that she's transgender. And that disturbs me.
Did you did you get a feeling that you weren't being taken seriously, or that the
You see, Brian Enton kind of stammered when she said transgender. Let's go back a minute.
Yoga retreat. And one was that she's Black, and the other is that she's transgender. And that disturbs me.
did you did you get a feeling that you weren't being taken seriously, or that the case wasn't being respectfully handled while you were there?
Yes, I got that feeling most of the time. You know, when we're in a room with 18 corporals, lieutenants, superintendents, just a lot of people, and just a lot of people to deal with and talk to. I didn't understand why does it take these many people? You know, I'm here to find out what happened to my child.
Oh, Lord.
My child is missing. Get on the case.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that, because when I was there and they had the press conference, the police made a point of saying that you seemed pleased with their investigation.
You know, and I can see how they're saying that, because my mother taught me manners to say please and thank you. And yes, I was saying to them, thank you for what you're doing, and please, and saying please. I was very polite. They took it's a mistake if they took my politeness for being pleased. I was not pleased at all with the investigation.
Yeah, and I can understand why. Emily, the ashram's email to the family, which we read part of it, says the facts gathered by the police and the family indicate Taylor left voluntarily with the intent to return. Is there any reason that you can come up with that she would have? I would have left voluntarily, and I've been there. So
Why you stuttering? What's going on, Brian?
Just leave. It's an island, so it's hard to imagine how she would even do that.
He's stuttering.
But, I mean, what do you make of the ashram? You know, coming up with that.
Oh, help me, Jesus! I'm dead.
In my opinion, that's a really convenient story for them. I mean, let's be real. You know, Taylor spent thousands of dollars to be there. She wanted the skills and the peace and the wellness offered by the teacher training. For them to say that the evidence points to Taylor having left of her own volition, I think they want us to accept that so that they can just turn their hands up and go about business as usual. But everything that we've been told does not point to Taylor having left of her own volition.
What do you make, Colette, of the way the ashram has been responding? Because I've interviewed you several times now. I mean, you haven't specifically said that you think the ashram is responsible for anything in terms of her disappearance, but just that they weren't quick enough to act. There weren't missing posters, but they went as far as to claim defamation based on some of your interviews, which isn't something I've ever really seen happen before during an active missing case like this. I mean, what did you make of the response, Colette?
It's not true. It's not defamation. It's just what they didn't do. I mean, my child had been missing 5 days before they even put up a flyer with Taylor missing on that resort, you know, and they didn't inform the other classmates, the students, that Taylor was missing. I don't understand that. When someone goes missing, everywhere else I've seen, it's reported everywhere and instantly. And I think I read in one of them reports that they reported my child missing in the afternoon. No, it was not in the afternoon, because they told me to wait till after dinner time. And it wasn't until 8, 9 o'clock that they even went to the Royal Bahamas police force.
Emily, what do you think needs to happen now? I mean, Colette's not getting any updates from the police. The embassy said that they were assisting, I think, initially. I mean, how does this move forward?
Well, number one, I don't know how the embassy could co-sign this investigation. We've said from the very beginning that the Royal Bahamas Police Force has said that they were working with the FBI, but we have been told multiple times that they are not working with the FBI. Rather, the legal attaché at the embassy has observer status to the investigation. That the Royal Bahamian Police Force needs to invite the FBI to actually investigation, and that's what needs to happen. And that's why we're calling on the U.S. government to lean on the State Department so that they can encourage the Royal Bahamian Police Force to actually invite the FBI so that there is a real investigation.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click.
News Nation, everybody. Brian in, what's going on with you? It's like you having trouble up there, baby. Brian in said, Queen, don't start no mess. Just saying. Did Brian in know that was a man all along? ABC7 is my second source. Thank you for joining me.
The Bahamas giving an update today on missing Chicagoan Taylor Casey. Previously, police had said they found Casey's phone. Now, we've learned officers found the phone in more than 50 feet of water. Both Bahamian and U.S. authorities are struggling to access information from that phone. Casey was last seen June 19th. She was in the Bahamas for a yoga retreat. Police also saying today that canines picked up on a scent from the yoga tent during their search, but it ultimately did not lead to anything.
Watch breaking news on YouTube.
ABC7. Dog picked up on a scent at the tent, but it didn't go anywhere. Why not? Help me understand. What's the hell going on? Somebody in the chat. This is a long live. I'm going to probably go back later and finish this live, make a part 2. Make your voice count. Make your voice count. Hit the live. Hit the panel. Phone found 50 feet into the water, which leads me to believe naturally the shore, you can still wade through it without being deep in the water. Did somebody throw the phone out? Number 1. Did she throw the phone out? Number 2. Did she leave the resort by foot, swim, boat, drone, helicopter? What? Is she alive? Is she faking a disappearance? Did she kill herself? Did she meet with foul play on the beach? Somebody drowned her, weighted her down. What did they weight her down with? You got to make it make sense. Somebody pulled up on a boat. She boarded the boat. Something happened on the boat. Somebody targeted her because she's transgender, knew she was transgender, black. What do we say? They're now saying defamation because of the comments that Ms. Colette has made. As Brian Hinton says, he's never heard this before. During an investigation, are they upset at what she said? She's basically saying, I'm polite. I say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, sir, thank you. But it doesn't mean I'm pleased. What is baffling to me is that she's missing. No updates. New update about this phone business. A scent. You could have said that in the beginning. What we want to hear is surveillance cameras. What does the surveillance reveal about Taylor? Yes, how does she represent herself at the ashram? Walk in as a female, came out as a guy. Walked in as a guy, came out as a female. Switched up. I don't know. Everything's going to be about your interpretation. Why hasn't the ashram spoken publicly? Why not? Because you don't want to miss that money. As the song says, some people got to have it. Some people really need it. Greed is always the ultimate common denominator. Did she make a pass at somebody at the ashram, on the beach? Did she go to the mainland to meet somebody, pick up somebody, got in a plane, train, Uber, taxi, misled? Did somebody fly down to meet her on a ladder somewhere on the mainland? Did she go in the mainland for drinks? Starbucks coffee, what do we say? Where is this female person? The link is in the chat. If you want to make this live stretch longer, feel free to hit the link. If not, I'm going to check out of here. This is a two-part live pertaining to Taylor Casey, missing out of the Bahamas, Nassau. Gypsy Rose is currently pregnant at 11 weeks. She has a YouTube channel. Feel free to go to her channel to get updates pertaining to her personal business. She's pregnant by Ken Erker. She says it was not planned. Feel free to go back to the beginning of this live to get the information. I have more shorts to make up, which I thought I was done before going live. That's what took me so long to get ready. I was making shorts, and now I see I'm eerily behind because of the commentary during this live leads me to make more content pertaining to your questions. Two-part live. Taylor Casey, Gypsy Rose. Gypsy Rose is still married to Ryan Anderson, to my knowledge. What does Ryan Anderson have to say about her being pregnant? Will he divorce her? Will he sign the divorce papers? Will he be ordered to pay alimony to her? I say a judge would say no. I pray that a judge will lean in his favor to not have this man pay her alimony, because what she is doing is a trick bitch move. Anybody with sense would assume this woman has used Ryan Anderson, but she has made money from Lifetime. She'll probably make money from appearances. She doesn't owe Ryan. Ryan don't owe her a damn dime. As we say in the street, get it how you live. If you can stay on social media going live, make your money there. You don't work, you don't got a fucking job, and now you're knocked up pregnant by your fucking adulterant boyfriend. No, I wouldn't pay her one damn dime. And I tell the judge, oh, thank you, Meredith. I tell the judge, I ain't paying her. No. She's not getting no money from me. Hell no. No monies. Some of you believe she's a tragedy pimptress. She shouldn't be getting paid to spin her story about Dee Dee and herself. Judge shouldn't allow her to be on the internet. I forgot she was on parole, so forgive me for saying she wasn't. I forgot that fast. Because I do remember her saying she had to comply with probation and everything about traveling. Exactly. Living. Just enough for the city. Is that what this is about, Gypsy Rose? You're so concerned about social media, but you stay on social media. So now you have become a YouTube whore like the rest of us. Checkmate. That's why you and Ryan didn't get along, because you couldn't stay off of social media worrying about what people were saying. Well, you should have never came to social media. You could have ventured off, got an agent, did your guest appearances, and you could have stayed off of social media. So you can't get in the belly of the beast and get mad because it stinks in the beast's stomach. That's what you need to understand. And a lot of us, we do it. We get ourselves entangled in drama, and then we get mad at how we were treated. The circumstances for which we found ourselves in. But you remember what I've told you. You have to own your part in the bullshit you play. We've all done it. Foolish mistakes, dealing with people, exacerbating a situation by our mouth, our tongue, our ways, and then we cry wolf later. We got to own our shit. That's my advice to you. Own your part. So you played a part, dear, in bedding a man while married, when you could have told your husband, when you first got released, I can't do this. We need to get this marriage annulled and or whatever. I want to be free. Just be free. That's all you have to do. Don't cost you anything. You should have never married Ryan in prison. You should have never came out and bedded him and stayed in his bed and played wife. And you should not be with Ken because Ken left you incarcerated because he thought you were messing around with other men. And I do believe you told Ken those things years ago. So all of you all have been playing a foolish game with one another. But what do they say? You play childish games, you win childish prizes. And now we're talking about a whole life in your tummy from childish prizes, childish games. And now child is coming into this nonsense and didn't ask to be here. Just like you didn't ask to have Dee Dee Blanchard as your mother. It's the same game. And some people feel like you should not be pregnant. You should not be a mother. You still should be incarcerated. That you are a manipulator. That you are a product of Dee Dee Blanchard, which you are biologically. Everybody's entitled to his or her interpretation. But the point is, I think she's doing too much, too fast, and she should have been out on her own, in her own apartment, with a therapist, a psychiatrist, a life coach, somebody that could guide her. Priest, rabbi, preacher, somebody. Somebody that checked in on her, made sure she was doing well, she was navigating properly. That's what Dee Dee, see? I just slipped up and called her Dee Dee. I'll be damned. That's what Gypsy should have had. Her own space. If you want to leave the window up, window down, fry egg in your panties, you can. Nobody there to tell you what to do. Because if you're running from Ryan, you're going to run from Ken. And then we have to ask, how much running are you going to do with a whole baby? And some of you also said that as well. You believe that she got pregnant to get attention, which that makes no sense. And naturally, you can't compare having a dog to a human, but I don't think she needs an animal. I don't think she needs a human being because animals require work as well. And if you start off with a puppy, you've got to feed the puppy, give the puppy a bottle, stay woke. It's still a baby. That's my commentary. Like, share, subscribe, drop your comments below. Help the queen reach 16,000 subscribers. If you're currently watching this live stream and you have not subscribed to this network, I hope that you find this content invigorating and of use and purpose. Subscribe to the channel. Continue to get more information from this network and the creator. I will now go to my community page and read you the results from the questions asked. Was Ken Urker Gypsy Rose's first love? 22% yes, 47% no, 31% not sure. Now that Gypsy Rose is pregnant, will she and Ken Urker last? 1% yes, 84% no, 15% not sure. Did Gypsy Rose really love Ryan Anderson? Yes, 6%. No, 87%. Not sure, 7%. Should judge give Gypsy Rose alimony payments for Ryan Anderson? Yes, 1%. No, 91%. Not sure, 2%. Don't care, 5%. Should Gypsy Rose profit from murder of mother? Yes, 1%. No, 94%. Not sure, 2%. Don't care, 4%. 3 comments. Morticia says, imagine going through what she went through at the hands of her sick, demented mother. I can't judge her. Shelby Lynn says, I go with all the above, laugh out loud. I have big issues with this case, unfortunately. Princess Donnie says, no, if you are guilty of a crime, you shouldn't be allowed to profit at all. Sadly, people make Gypsy look like a victim, but she convinced someone to take her own mother's life. She may not have gotten her hands dirty, but she helped by giving the guy ideas. Before tonight is over, I will put up polls pertaining to your comments and your questions. Let's go into the belly of the beast and hear what the queen has to say in her shorts. Thank you for joining me.
Gypsy Rose, let me tell you something, honey. If you were living in the state of North Carolina, Ronnie Anderson could sue you for adultery. Yeah, for adultery, because you are still married and you're pregnant with another man's baby. Checkmate. Well, Gypsy Rose, let me tell you something, honey. If you were living in the state of North Carolina, Ronnie Anderson could sue you for adultery. Yeah, for adultery, because you are still married and you're pregnant with another man's baby. Checkmate. Well, Gypsy Rose, let me tell you.
Gypsy Rose, 11 weeks pregnant by Ken Urker.
Gypsy Rose, you are still married to Ron Anderson, and now you say you're pregnant with Ken Urker's baby. Oh, baby, ain't no judge about to give you no alimony, nothing. You just sealed that deal right on up. Gypsy Rose says she didn't plan her pregnancy by Ken Urker. So I guess you also didn't plan the affair that you had with him while still married to Ryan Anderson. Yeah, okay. Girl, stop this nonsense. Gypsy Rose says she didn't plan her pregnancy by Ken Urker. So I guess you also didn't plan the affair that you had with him while still married to Ryan Anderson.
How about that?
So I guess you also didn't plan.
Let's go up there. Gypsy Rose, $2 fairy tale romance with Ken Urker.
This $2 love affair fairy tale that Gypsy Rose has with Ken Urker will not last. She is still married and knocked up pregnant. So Ken, if she did it to Ryan, she will do it to you. Better wake up, boy.
All right. Follow the queen.
Ken Urker, you need to take the blinders off. You left this woman while incarcerated because you thought she was cheating on you. Now you coming out messing around with this woman while she's married. She's living with her parents, and now you got her pregnant. Baby, you need to take the blinders off, okay? Ken Urker. I told my fans that this relationship with this Ken, Ryan, none of this stuff is going to work out. So you mean to tell me you got knocked up pregnant, still living in the house with your parents? So where are you going to live now? With your baby to be and your boyfriend and still married? I'll wait.
Woo! That's Queen giving you the business. Gypsy Rose goes from wanting a dog to now 11 weeks pregnant.
Gypsy Rose says she's 11 weeks pregnant, okay? But this is the crazy part. Besides that, just months back, she's moaning with Ryan about getting a dog, and now she's going to have a whole kid with a new man and still married, okay? Gypsy Rose says she's 11 weeks pregnant, okay? But this is the crazy part. Besides that, just months back, she's moaning with Ryan about getting a dog, and now she's going to have a whole kid with a new man and still married, okay?
that damn queen. Somebody grab the wheel of this car. Shut your mouth. Ooh. Well, Ryan signed the divorce papers.
Poor Ryan Anderson. What will he have to say now that Gypsy claims she is 11 weeks pregnant with Ken Urker? Are you going to give her a divorce? He has to be devastated. This is crazy to me. Poor Ryan Anderson. What will he have to say now that Gypsy claims she is 11 weeks pregnant with Ken Urker? Are you going to give her a divorce? He has to be devastated. This is crazy to me.
Ryan Anderson, what do you have to say pertaining to this woman being pregnant by another man and you're still married to her? Gypsy Rose speedball into relationship with Ken Urker.
A few months ago, Gypsy Rose said she was taking it slow with Ken Urker. Now she's 11 weeks pregnant. Well, so much for taking it slow and still got a whole damn husband. Ken. Baby, you need to take the blinders off. Now, a few months ago, Gypsy Rose said she was taking it slow with Ken Urker. Now she's 11 weeks pregnant. Well, so much for taking it slow and still got a whole damn husband. Ken. Baby, you need to take the blinders off.
All right. Next video. Giving you the business. Thank you for joining me.
So Gypsy Rose claims that she is 11 weeks pregnant with her new boyfriend, old boyfriend, Ken Urker. Honey, you haven't even divorced your husband. Damn. Ryan, poor Ryan.
Poor Ryan. 11 weeks pregnant with Ken Urker. Thank you for joining me. Did Taylor Casey's mom tell the Royal Bahamian police that she's a man?
Taylor's mom is claiming discrimination due to the fact that her daughter is African American and transgender. Well, ma'am, did you tell the Royal Bahamian police that your daughter is transgender and also the United States government?
All right, everybody.
Taylor Casey's mom is claiming that the investigation into the disappearance of her daughter is because she's African American and transgender. Ma'am, why didn't you tell the public she was trans in the first place? I don't understand this. Taylor Casey.
Why didn't you tell the public that her child is biologically a man? Weigh in. Let's go to the fireworks that happened. Well, the man is dead. We have 2 men that have died in the South pertaining to fireworks, mishandling fireworks and goofing off. This case comes out of South Carolina. Alan Ray McGrew, 41, dead from Top Hat firework. Thank you for joining me.
Alan Ray McGrew had been drinking and put a firework in the top of that top hat and later died from his injuries. What the hell was wrong with this man? Alan Ray McGrew had been drinking and put a firework in the top of that top hat and later died from his injuries. What the hell was wrong with this man?
Alan Ray McGrew, now dead, 41 years of age, South Carolina, newly married a year ago, deceased from putting a firecracker or fireworks in the top of his hat.
Welcome to the Vonic Cell. A 41-year-old man had been drinking, put a top hat on top of his head, and lit the fireworks from atop the hat and died from his injuries. What the hell was wrong with this man? Welcome to the Vonic Cell.
Very crazy case. Displaying some of the shorts from my queue.
A grown man handling fireworks. Not to be disrespectful, but come on. You know what you should and should not be doing as far as handling
fireworks. I can't with these stories. A grown man handling fireworks. Not to be disrespectful, but come on. You know what you should and should not be doing as far as handling fireworks. Matthew Sellers dead, Blount County, Tennessee. Fireworks exploded in his chest. No longer alive. Thank you for joining me. Should men dress in women's clothes?
Welcome to the Vault Excel. How do you feel about transgendered women wearing women's clothes? Do you think it's right for a man to walk around pretending to be a woman? Weigh in.
Transgendered, transvestites, whatever word you want to call them. Men wearing women's clothes. Do you agree, disagree? Take the polls on my community page. The Queen has uploaded a lot of shorts in the past couple days to a week. Take the polls. Have the Proudfoots treated Faith well while visiting? Has Faith heard any nefarious commentary while in the House? Should President Biden bow out of his current duties? New law requires Tennessee officers to report illegal immigrants. Is Faith happy visiting the Proudfoots? Should universities mandate that all applicants graduate from high school, meaning no homeschool applications? Are parents intentionally leaving children inside of hot cars? Should a parent be charged with attempted murder if their child dies from being in a hot car? Are homeschooled children receiving a proper education? Should there be a state law mandating that all children attend public and or private schools? Your thoughts on homeschooling. Should folks be having a lot of children in these crucial times? The Proudfoot Zone, if only the walls could talk. Children assaulters, rapists will now face the death penalty in the state of Tennessee. And once again, how do you feel about transgendered persons seeking identity change surgeries? Those are the latest videos uploaded. Daniel Muir got his karma. Christian Muir cried in court. Daniel Muir told the judge, man, I've got kids. What really happened in the home of Daniel and Christian Muir? Daniel and Christian Muir gave conflicting statements pertaining to what happened to Bryson's eye. Daniel and Christian's children claimed they were also abused, belts, garden hose on their arms, legs, buttocks. Daniel Muir recorded saying he whooped his son like a grown-ass man. Daniel Muir admitting on private phone calls recorded that he did abuse Bryson Muir. Then I have content pertaining to a Marcus Andre Shorten, 53 of Texas. He's been accused of bigamy, married to another woman. And he also denies claims to the news that he was married to any of these women. Take the polls, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I'll be back probably later on tonight with more stimulating content and breaking news. We can continue this discussion pertaining to Taylor Casey. Where is she? Is she alive? Is this a planned situation? Did she leave the island, hiding on the island? Did she go into the water and kill herself? Did somebody unalive her on that island, put her in the water, put her phone in the water? Or did she go to the mainland and met with foul play? What say you, the chat? Thank you for my guests. Thank you for my new subs. Thank you for the viewing audience. Thank you for those who are in the chat. And thank you for those who have subscribed to this network. Help the Queen get to 16,000 subscribers. Share all information from my network to your platforms. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. You have been listening to the Vault Excel.